All right, welcome everybody to the Hidden Hand Counterpart AMA. I think that's a good way to describe it. The Eracidini Murev Te. I don't speak Latin. I'm not entirely sure that's how you pronounce that. The author does reveal what it means later in the AMA, but to get to kind of what this is about, it's difficult to describe. What makes it so interesting to me personally is the connection between the message and the Law of One channelings, especially the raw material, and then the Hidden Hand AMA kind of built off a lot of the definitions and things of that nature put forward by the raw material. And I would say kind of like coalesced and articulated them better than the raw aliens, or in a way that's a little bit more clear or resident with like our average lives, you know. But with the there's a group soul of Luciferians that keep incarnating here and enslave humanity as ordained by the Council of Saturn. So there's some craziness here, but there is the really good theological foundation. And you know, the conspiracy thing is like only half hard to believe. It's only hard to believe because of the spiritual implications of it. Like, I think most people kind of have accepted that there's some kind of elite that runs things behind the scenes and controls the media. Those are very popular ideas nowadays. They just haven't been thought to any kind of satisfying absolute. So we'll get more into that in the channel. There's definitely a few interesting topics, books. It's like Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. We'll be reading a Rothschild's AMA, and obviously what we have here. But I don't want to kind of stretch things out too long. Yeah, it's crazy, but this is what we're going to be working with in the channel, is especially the raw material, the Hidden Hand AMA, and the Counterpart one right here. So without further ado, let's get right into the swing of things here. I am here to answer your questions. Every so often, the opportunity arises for our counterbalance to share with the world certain aspects of being and how our world is run that traditionally have been hidden. They are obligated to use this opportunity to do so by fundamental law and a compromise made long ago with us. Recently, our counterbalance informed us the karmic cost of the last diffusion was greater than anticipated and declined to participate this year. We agreed to accept responsibility in their place for the time being. We are a much smaller and much less politically positioned group tasked with, well, record keeping. However, the nature of our task puts us in a unique position to fulfill the duty of our counterpart. As such, I am here to share that which the questions allow. However, there are some rules. I will only answer sincere questions. We are participating in a unique and unorthodox dialogue, and I would like to see this time spent well. Number 2. If you ask a question in accordance with fundamental law, I will answer. If your question is not in accordance with fundamental law, I will say so and answer as much as your question permits. I will not provide false answers to any question. Number 3. Each part of this exercise should be considered within the context of the whole. As such, I ask that you wait until we have finished here before attempting to integrate anything within our conversation. My duties have been suspended for the foreseeable future. As such, I look forward to answering as many questions as I am able. Why now? Recently, we all have leveled up, so to speak. When this happens, it is sometimes necessary to provide wisdom and information about the new modalities of being available to individuals so that the transition happens smoothly. It happens to be that the last several times this has happened, diffusion was deemed appropriate. How long until 5D? This both is and isn't up to you and everyone else. I cannot fully answer this question because doing so would violate fundamental law. What can I do? That depends on what you intend reality to be. Well, my dear love, is that counterpart me? What would you like me to do to help? Would you come home to the light and me with all support from the light, knowing there's bigger things ahead? How do you cope with not doing? That counterpart may be you. Its actives typically are consciously aware of their purpose and contracts, but not being so is not unheard of. To help? To help whom? With what goal? There is no need to come home to the light. There is no need to cope with not doing. You are doing. What you're doing is the question. Why you are doing it is another. I want to help. Can my implant be turned on? Should it? Anything I should know more? All that is implanted within you was done so by your intention and with your permission. Using it as a catalyst for actualization will be done only by those same parameters. It is entirely up to you. It is not my place to say if you should know more. It's yours. Is Trump being president good or bad for the planet and human society? And why? This depends on what you view as good and bad. Trump's presidency is, in part, a wild card to my counterparts. It began organically as a naturally arising counter to globalism and its derivative ideologies. Trump was simply the man riding the top of that wave. Now he has been co-opted essentially by the same people who were supposed to be here in my place. Whether that is a good thing or a bad one is still being debated. I want the Cabal to atone for their actions. Be careful in what you intend. My soul was shattered on Meldeck because of 13 Royal. It is not possible for a soul to shatter. All experiences are compromised by two fundamental forces: intent to experience on the part of the beholder, intent to teach on the part of the mentor. I was told otherwise? Is the information wrong? All information that has to do with death of any kind is always wrong in some way. This is determined by fundamental law. Is my soul not in more than one being now? You need to be more specific in this question. WTF is a question. Who are you? I, like everyone, am one who knows the creator within. There are only those who remember and those who have forgotten. Greetings. Please answer these. Please explain what is fundamental law. Are there any other laws people are generally unaware of? If so, please expand. With respect. This is an excellent question. Thank you. There are three primary fundamental laws. The first is the law of free will. The law of free will dictates that any individuated micro or macrocosmic soul has the right to know, not know, experience or not experience that it is the creator, the all. By this law, the illusion or distortion of individual being and experience is created, which in turn creates love. The law of love dictates the majority of your actions within any dimension of being or experience. The role love plays is to access the creator's limitless creative potential to manifest the best array of potential experiences and modalities of being. As all are both the creator and microcosms of the creator, this impulse is within everyone, even if subconsciously. Each microcosm of the creator is essentially a center point for love, as the first thing the creator does when it pretends to be more than one is desire to have the best experiences provided by being one and many. A modern word for each consciously aware macrocosmic soul of love and truth is logos. The third and final of the primary laws is that of light. Just as the illusion of free will inevitably leads to the illusion of love, so does love lead to light. This law is complicated, but I will cover its gist. The law of light dictates that all is in unity at all times, paradoxically to all being seemingly individuated in physical reality. It is responsible for apparent dualities and the ability to harmonize them. It is also responsible for the yearning in each soul to return to the Creator. One final point: the fundamental principle of physically manifest energy and time is light. How can we get our memory back? Meditation, deep exploration of that which fulfills you, guided psychedelic experiences. Will the Earth be destroyed? The Earth, as many of us knew it, was already destroyed, in the sense that the dimensions and modalities of being offered by incarnating on Earth are no longer offered here and have not been since the turn of the decade. Nibiru? What about it? Will there be a second coming of Christ? There is no singular ultimate Messiah. Stop looking and begging for one. There is no salvation that will occur outside of yourself. The biblical stories are designed to help you find the kingdom of God within. That is the nature and pathway to salvation. Christ's journey is also analogous to the personal, psychological, and spiritual one you must undertake yourself if you wish to evolve spiritually. Thank you very much for your answer. It will take some time to wrap my head around these ideas, but internally it rings true. Thank you very much for your question. It was very insightful. Taking time to integrate all we discuss here is a very good idea. Could you please explain the principles and mechanics of karma? Yes, as all microcosmic souls are individuations of the All or the Creator, that which you do to others is in truth being done to that which you really are. As above, so below. So within, so without. Is essentially another of the laws, and we live within the illusion of time. Then that which you do to others, the world, and yourself will come back and be done to you. What are the main goals/duties a human must fulfill? This depends on whom you ask. Fundamentally, the main goal and duty of a human is to figure out that which he or she wants to experience, intend to experience it, then experience it. Do all people have souls? Are there some who don't? Everything not only has a soul, but is the soul. All right, creator commentary. Welcome to the legend that is Shushai, recurring character throughout the AMA, and whose personality I'm sure you'll soak up and enjoy. All right, back to the question. Why do you think it is your wisdom to deny Jesus Christ? It is not. Accepting Jesus Christ and his message into your heart does not mean believing literally all he said and is said about him. It means understanding that the stories told of him are models around which you should model your life if you adhere to the love side of the spectrum like he does. I do not agree with nor wish to experience anymore. How does one end experiencing? Thank you. This is tricky. It technically is not possible. There is either experience of everything all at once, which is like experiencing nothing at all, or the experience of individual things, which necessitates individuality and time. The creator grew bored and tired of the former, so he conceived the latter. Believe it or not, the very roots of your soul desire to be here. It is up to you to figure out why. Your energy signature feels familiar. Have you posted on GLP before? If so, what username did you use? I have not ever posted here before. I intend every day to resonate most closely with the creator, which is all of us, so the familiarity you are feeling is most likely just that. Why did Jesus Christ die? Christ died to engrave in symbolism the idea of sacrifice. Just as the Creator sacrificed unified experience to create all that is, so too did Christ sacrifice himself to highlight the different modalities of being. Namely, Christ sacrificed himself to enshrine the idea that taking responsibility for all that is wrong within both yourself and the world, which is the ultimate expression of love, or the logos, necessitates holding off on indulging worldly desires and focusing instead on fundamental truth and moral action and intentionally manifested experiences, also known as harmonizing the three primary fundamental laws. What is salvation? Salvation from what? Hell? Eternal damnation? Darkness, weeping and gnashing of teeth? Satan wants to know what you say. These are excellent questions. Thank you. Salvation is consciously knowing and experiencing that you, fundamentally, are the creator. All that is. Liberation, if you will. Hell and eternal damnation are essentially the most likely experiential outcomes of you living your life if you fail to realize that it is you that is responsible, creatively, for all that is. Nihilism, loss of hope, meaning, value, purpose, these are hell. These are the things to which you are eternally damned if you give up on your search for conscious reunification with the Creator. Did Jesus Christ die to provide the one and only sacrificial atonement for your sins before Father God Almighty? Not exactly. I believe I answered this in the post you quoted. What is your relation to this poster? I do not know this poster. Thank you. Is Nibiru what caused the Great Flood? Will it be returning? Is it on an orbit? What happens to your soul if you kill yourself? Nibiru was more so one of the symptoms of a greater event manifesting. If you kill yourself, your individuated soul will spend some time in time space, ultimate conscious and experiential reunification with the Creator, to heal and decide what is next for you. Are the tones and clicks we hear in ears tinnitus or something else? Both. As above, so below. Think of tinnitus as the material manifestation of something happening on a different plane of experience and being that trickles down to your current reality. You can think of it as a form of unintentional communication or interdimensional bleeding, if you will. Lies. I, like you, most certainly am not the creator, but created by him. I, like you, cannot create a speck of dirt that I, like you, am made of. You are a self-deceived deceiver. Repent of your most foolish pride while you still can. Jesus Christ is how much God loves you and how very far he has gone to show you. If you value Christianity and its truth as you suggest, I would recommend rereading the Bible more closely and analytically. There are many passages that both directly and indirectly state the kingdom of heaven is within you. What do you think passages like that are implying? Thank you for your answers. You said the earth was destroyed. Please explain when and how and by who. If the earth was destroyed, where are we now? Could you please elaborate on the usage of entheogens in order to remember, and generally on the spiritual path? The earth, as we knew it, was destroyed. A better way to think of it is this. Earth was a creative medium through which those who incarnated on it were offered a set of potential experiences and lessons. Those potential experiences and lessons are no longer offered here. This is the result of a harvest, if you will, in which many who had either consciously or subconsciously enough experience and learned all they had set out to on Earth, and now experiencing the next level of Earth. The Earth you occupied previously is no longer capable of being accessed by those who have transcended, which is everybody in this dimension/distortion/density. How large is the physical universe? Number of galaxies. What is the quantum of time? What is dark matter? What is dark energy? The physical universe is truly spatially and temporally infinite. The quantum of time is the fundamental desire of the creator to experience things differently from one another. Dark matter is the physical manifestation of the residue of actualizing desire. Dark energy is the physical manifestation of the residue of actualizing desire for infinite novelty. Is evil in you? Of course, just as it is within you and everyone else, for it is within the all, or the Creator. This was the purpose of Christ and his message, to demonstrate and provide for the world a path of transcending it. Yep, that's what I experienced in a past other life regression wherein I had committed suicide. I found myself in a monk's type of robe, head down with a hood pulled down over my head, and I was in deep contemplation. I was where I understand to be the void, the field of potential. Interesting. The specifics of the experience are unique to the individuated soul, of course. The familiarity I feel with you is indeed very strong. Really, it makes me feel curious, but also light, as in weightless, in my heart. Very nice. This familiarity you feel with me is in truth the familiarity you feel with who you fundamentally are. Quote those passages. Luke 17:21. As for the rest, the message is in more than either of us is willing to count. Thank you. So these lessons and experiences previously were available on the old Earth. What is available offered here, where we are now? What is the difference? We are the ones who transcended, and that landed us here. What did we do in the previous Earth to transcend? Did the Hollow Coast happen as we were being taught about it? What was the purpose of it? The old Earth had a primary duality, fear and love, self-service, service to others. The new Earth's primary duality is love and wisdom, service to others, service to the all or the creator. To have transcended from old Earth, you demonstrated in one way or another a deeper understanding or harmonization of the differences and similarities between service to self and service to other self, or a desire to experience what the next set of experiences and lessons entailed that superseded whatever your understanding and or harmonization of the old polarity/distortion was. The Holocaust did not happen precisely as it is being taught to have happened, or why it happened. If we were to uncover how and why it truly happened, global tensions might increase. I am choosing not to say much more on this. Well, Lovey, you do feel very much like Soulkin. It's always such a nice moment for me when I get to meet another of us. I would very much like to upgrade your account. Doing so would give you some site perks like being able to private message, getting yourself an avatar that best represents you, and more. May I upgrade you? I truly appreciate your intentions, but I feel I must decline. Though your offer is very kind, my stay here is short, and I am here only to give, not to take. The ringing in your ears is one of the symptoms the embassy workers in Cuba and China experienced. As all matter is energy vibrating at different frequencies and amplitudes, directing vibration via sound into a physical entity can produce a myriad of effects. Thank you. I respect the way you answered my last question. It seems to me that many people here on New Earth are still very much stuck in duality and are far away from even thinking about love or wisdom. How can that be? Those you have called your counterbalance, who are they? What is their roles/tasks? How about your group? What is your role/tasks? Experiencing a duality made manifest can lead to an individuated soul experiencing that which they neither desire nor intend to experience any longer. As such, their desires and intentions can very easily shift to experiencing what's next. You can go forwards and backwards, side to side. There are no true or ultimate conditions for moving in any direction. Per your second question, my counterpart is an amalgamation of bloodlines that, together, have agreed to direct the lives of Earth's inhabitants for the greater goal of inducing spiritual evolution. The consequence of undertaking this endeavor is they very regularly do things ordinary people would consider horrible. This is their karmic debt, but also an investment in us. Within my own cohort, I'm a therapist. Even the people within secret societies are still just people. Typically, I counsel others on spiritual matters or give them advice on how to handle complicated situations while still adhering to fundamental law. Recently, though, I've been involved with our small accounting department. We all do things outside our educational background sometimes to ensure we can still maintain our duties. I was given this task because my higher-ups thought my vocational background would make interacting with the general public in this way much easier on both sides. Do you understand how many things compromise free will? Some things, like certain parasites, destroy it completely. One person's free will can affect another's free will. This is an interesting video about the subject. Robert Sapolsky has done many interesting videos on the subject of free will. There are things to which we agree to experience before we incarnate into a lifetime. Likewise, there are things that occur here initially without our consent that we do indeed to consent to on a level of our being that is other than physical. Transition into other states of being and consciousness can result in total body control. Lesser states can give you the ability to consciously direct the course of your life in your intended direction. In other words, change the terms of the contract you signed before you incarnated. Regardless of the state of our consciousness and being, we are always in some way the primary director of our experiences. Hi Op. Was Walter Russell right in his model of condensed light as matter? How one quiets a mad mind? Having experienced several Satyris, I have an absolute mental chaos now. It all just speeds up. High anxiety, post-traumatic, my reason does not help. I know it's all an illusion, but as Alan Watts said, do not feel it. Tried feeling what I resist, pain, fear, etc. It never quiets down, Op. Letting go of the reins and accepting is so hard mentally. He was more correct than most any. There is no how in anything. The how is the physical expression or mechanism by which a conscious entity induces change within their experience. Simply intend to quiet your mind. Remember that you are doing nothing. The Creator is at the helm. Letting go is just the conscious realization and acceptance of that. Also, why all the suffering and death? Educating people from little about enlightenment and non-violence would have far better results than what we are doing now. Do we really need all this mess? When it will get better? When we all give up? Truly, suffering and death are illusions. However, love is the remedy to the problems brought about by this realization. By loving and valuing each person's individual experience, you learn to love. And that was the purpose of incarnating here until recently. We do not need this mess. Not ultimately. But to learn and experience love, perhaps from some perspectives we did. Are you human or AI? What are your duties you are temporarily relieved from? What makes you an expert? Where or who do you get your information from? And what makes you sure they are right? What groups, organizations, religious or otherwise, are you aligned with? Human, very much so. I'm relieved from my clinical duties. I normally operate as a therapist, though recently I have been helping our accountants with clerical work. It adds up. I get my information from 3 sources. The first, a lineage of masters of self-awakening. The second, exploring the various methodologies shared by my group and others regarding spiritual exploration, growth, and self-determination. The third is more boring, but my most consulted. We have several thousand texts pertaining to the nature of the self, spirit, reality, potential, etc., that even initiates are allowed to access. Other than my somewhat unusual cohort, I am not aligned with any organizations, institutional or otherwise. We have connections in many different fields, but no affiliation with anything other than truth and the moderation of our counterpart. Number 1. If there are bloodlines who have sought to shepherd the people to evolve spiritually, then why are the system's experiences rooted in competition and not cooperation? Number 2. What are your comments regarding unity consciousness? If our shepherds have been benevolent, why is there so much separation consciousness? Number 3. With full disclosure, complete transparency, what will become of secret societies, shepherds, or false systems of lack? And number 4, what precipitated the change in the world you describe? Did it occur as a matter of course like a cycle of time or energetic alignment, or was it realized through the people? If the latter, what brought about the change? Number 1, to show us that which we are not, even that is intentional on their part. Number 2, to show us that which we are not. We, on Earth, were initially deprived of anything but unity consciousness. Our experiences here have been shaped to reintroduce the law of free will so we may ultimately undergo actual substantive spiritual growth. Number 3, the first two will never go away in any density of experience. There's always something new to do, learn, and share. As such, there will always be beings who partake in these things and those who do not. I, for very strong reasons, trust the way things are archetypically as the best the creator can conceive. Number 4, both. These things go hand in hand. Everything is of the same function while also being functions of every other thing. Aren't there many ways truths could have been taught with better results and less suffering? Wasn't truth taught in the open to everyone in earlier instances of peak civilization on this planet and elsewhere? It appears the shepherds sought to guide the flock to barren fields, lest the flock discover they far outnumber their guides, and that their power was in unity/cooperation. How many are in your number? Thousands? Millions? Quietly watching the tragedy and suffering of the masses, perhaps lifetime after lifetime. I sense the awakening and concurrent spiritual evolution is occurring without any terrestrial assistance, without any of our shepherds' help, and in spite of everything they did to stop it. Regarding future secret holders, while I agree learning/sharing likely continues beyond this plane, I fail to see how groups could hoard the truth/insight, or profess distorted understandings, or foist/foster false systems, etc., especially in ways that limit the experiences of others while ensuring to the benefit of the manipulators. I doubt such behavior is even possible in higher planes. Yes to both parts of your first question, but the state of consciousness the world over elevated more quickly than my counterpart intended. As a result, the reins are slipping. My organization is made up of almost 400 individuals. We have been doing more than watching. The current state of affairs is not only a blessing in disguise, but a hard-won one as well. Understanding is always, in some ways, kept secret in any density of experience. Earth is somewhat unique in the sense that this dynamic is intentional. By introducing negativity into a purely positive world, individuated souls are given the opportunity to choose, and that is where the real evolution occurs. What knowledge of other worlds do you have, and from where did this come? I only have specific knowledge pertaining to the macrocosmic souls or oversouls/group souls present in our solar system. This knowledge comes from direct experience both physically and metaphysically. That said, conscious life exists throughout the entirety of the physical universe. I mean that literally. What is the sun, and what role does it play in man's evolution? This is a good question. Like the creator, each individuated macrocosmic soul and microcosmic soul that it spawns is a creator in its own right, while also being the creator itself. The black hole at the center of each galaxy is a sub-creator, or sub-logos, which creatively governs the galaxy and its archetypes. The sun, or the star at the center of each solar system, functions similarly in regards to its solar system. Planets, the inhabitants of planets, bacteria, etc., all function like this. Think of creation as a series of Russian Matryoshka dolls. What is the potential of humanity to spiritually evolve, and why did our gains surprise your counterpart? Evolution? Infinite. Our gains surprise my counterpart simply because we are significantly ahead of schedule, and this is not according to plan. What role does magnetism play in mankind's spiritual evolution? Everything is an attractant, including thought and feeling. Are we on the path that leads to the well? Thanks. There is no other path, ultimately. Also, what do you think about the concept of a solar flash, or energetic burst from the center of the galaxy, impacting Earth and assisting with DNA upgrades? Thanks. This is surprisingly accurate. Which seminary or lit school did you attend? I attended neither. I was privately educated until shortly after my 21st birthday. Can you please tell us more about the two organizations, their current roles, and the current situation of the world? Which two organizations? I know all thought form is just that and not the universal truth, but it contains all. So reality is like a God fractal, like a firework that gathered energy with the Big Bang and will wither away into nothing self-realization. Peace. Reality is more so the creator fractaling, holistically. Now you mentioned books. Can we have some to read? The Kabbalion, the Emerald Tablets, the Tao, and the Law of One/Raw Material. These texts are archetypically closest to the truth. If you have an analytic and cautious mind, traditional Abrahamic texts also contain truth. How can one join, I guess? You were either inducted at a young age by your parents or contacted as an asset once you successfully establish yourself as an important component of whatever industry you work in. You see, we live here, and since we all visit GLP, we have this doomy moods because we see the extent of, even if illusory, pain and suffering. Now, why evil is allowed to reign with terror and ordinary people are not allowed to change anything on a major scale, we feel helpless, you see, and we are kept powerless in the dark. You must know how difficult it is to get on the right path to truth in this chaos of information, which is deliberately here to confuse us. So yes, please tell us why not a different approach. I know I am asking about things that do not matter in the grand scale of things, but we do need hope here, and it is scant like hell on earth lately. Peace. We work both secretly and actively. The current state of the world and the quality of life within is a blessing in disguise. Much work was done to ensure it grew as good as it has. Everything has a reason. Commune with the Creator within, and you will find what you seek. Thank you for clarifying. So on. Two organizations. You mentioned there are counterparts of you. Can you explain the two groups more and their goals, etc.? Good question. Thank you for bearing with me. Specificity is necessary in the question so I may answer them while also adhering to fundamental law. My counterpart is an amalgamation of bloodlines who aeons ago entered into an agreement with this planetary creator to induce spiritual evolution in its inhabitants, and therefore itself. They are individuated souls that together comprise the oversoul/group soul of Venus. Before this agreement, Earth was a paradise. In essence, only good, no evil. However, because its inhabitants were not given the ability to choose between these paths, no spiritual growth was occurring either for them or their planetary logos. My counterpart was summoned here to provide the ability for the inhabitants of this planet to know and experience both good and evil. As such, they conduct themselves in a manner most would consider despicable. They incur a great karmic debt in doing so, but as a result, Earth's planetary logos and inhabitants have undergone immense spiritual growth. This is key, as the primary goal, if you can call it that, it's more like inevitability, of physical incarnation is to come to know the Creator within and eventually return to the state of being that is total and complete reunion with Him. The duty of my group is to document the process, keep our counterpart in check should we determine they step too far in any one direction, and maintain record of both fundamental law and this planetary's logos, ideal law. You said we are ahead of schedule. It is hard to believe when you look at how rampantly greedy and mad the world has become. I was more likely thinking we were going to self-destruct soon, so what is it going to be? There's a phenomena called the viral threshold. A viral threshold occurs when a certain number of people within a group come to hold an idea or value, ensuring the spread of this idea or value will eventually overtake the majority. Humanity recently reached said viral threshold with regard to positive alignment or service to other self in the most recent iteration of Earth. This meant that the old Earth was no more and the dawn of a new era was at hand. Currently, we are experiencing the precipitating period of time before this new era manifests in earnest. It is and will be a time of immense positive change, and we should all be very proud and grateful. Will the globalists be able to enslave everyone for good under NWO or not? No. Globalist ideology and its adherents are one of the primary tools through which my counterpart manifests negativity and conflict within the world. As a result both of fundamental law and the contract that was made with my counterpart, it is impossible for any negative polarization in any iteration of Earth or anywhere else to ultimately win. You know this is a make or break civilization question, and since you claim to be nudging us constantly, what is the goal apart from enlightenment? Are we going to have some peace and harmony here? Ultimately, the end result of physical incarnation is complete reunification with the Creator. There is no avoiding this. The fundamental purpose of physical incarnation is to learn and experience the Creator within, not only yourself, but everyone and everything else. What follows is a natural creative contribution to your life and the lives of others. This is called enlightenment by many. Peace and harmony are on the way if we choose it. Why the pain and chaos? Why trying to trip us up on the way all the time? Why this morbid grind? The pain and chaos, all this negativity, is all a catalyst for growth and fulfillment of the ultimate purpose of physical incarnation. The experiences and lessons eventually coalesce into mass enlightenment in such a way that does not violate the law of free will or any of the others. It is a beautiful process, but does lead to the illusion of much pain and suffering. The antidote to this is love, another of the primary fundamental laws. Love allows you to empathize and show compassion towards those undergoing suffering, even though it is an illusion. Acting through love allows you to absolve this suffering in the best way you can. Adhering to the other laws and doing so also ensures you do not violate the sovereignty of any other individuated soul. Do you know what I mean and why I am asking? Like I said in the previous post, we need hope here desperately. There is nothing but hope. Seek the Creator within and you shall find hope, peace, and purpose. Seek the Creator in others, and in combination you too may contribute to the elevation of Earth. So our world is kinda cruel because we chose to be dumb and greedy and evil and separated much from the harmony of love and oneness? This is how I understand. Precisely. Though the ability to make this choice was not given to us by our planetary logos. It was given to us by my counterpart. What I also understand is that we are a kind of focus of conscious attention, like Alan Watts used to say. Like a zoom lens, we feel more or less dense/material when we zoom in, contract/fear, or zoom out, love/expand, yes? Total expansion equals singularity because the borders of zoomed-in perception dissolve into infinity perception. Not quite. Indulging in either end of a polarity results in both contraction and expansion. This is what singularity is. See a toroidal field, for example. The only difference is the end result you manifest. Can you say anything about our history, ancient civs, anything we might want to know that is fed to us as a lie? Human beings have existed in their modern form for nearly 500,000 years. Remnants, enclaves, and lineages from many prehistoric civilizations still exist today. Few were as or more technologically advanced in the contemporary West. Many were much more spiritually advanced. Many were less so. The southern Icelands hold more secrets than the public has been told. I know Earth is round, but what about Hollow Globe and Shambhala? Can you divulge more about what is denied to us as truth? Earth exists in many forms across its near infinite density/dimensions. It is possible for bleeding to occur from one to the other. Thus, it is possible for those who have perceived this bleeding to be correct in their assertions as to what they saw, while still not being in congruence with this Earth's form and our present density of experience. Regarding future, are there plans to viral the civilization with truth on a massive scale? This is already happening organically. What changes can we expect? More leisure time. Social prestige will come to focus on artistic contribution and creative innovation. There will also be a population decline. This is not intentional by either ourselves or our counterpart, it is purely natural. According to your counterpart's schedule and plan, are they human and darkly polarized? They have incarnated as human, though their origins are not of this world. They have chosen to act in accordance with negative polarization for the positive polarization goal of providing us here on Earth the opportunity to experience evil and thus have a choice between it and good. This allows us to progress spiritually and eventually return home. Before this, Earth was akin to a utopian prison. How was the agreement to inject choice, reach, and who were the parties? Are these the bloodline families? When? It was reached in a conference of sorts between the macrocosmic souls, group souls of the solar system. The group soul / oversoul tasked with this assignment was that of Venus. Individuated microcosmic souls of Venus then incarnated here on Earth as humans. These are the bloodline families. This took place before what is contemporarily considered recorded history. How many individuated souls are needed to reach the threshold to overcome the majority and realize something? Are you saying we chose to evolve and ascend this density? There is no static number or percentage. It is always changing. We have, however, just passed the threshold. We did choose it, even if not consciously. What would happen if humanity came together and focused their intention? We would eventually unify into a macrocosmic soul / group soul and consciously rejoin the council of this solar system. Where did the blue avians come from, and who created them? You speak of the group soul Ra. The Law of One is good reading if you wish to learn about them. Nibiru was more so one of the symptoms of a greater event manifesting. What event do you speak of here? The Great Harvest. Co-opted essentially by the same people who were supposed to be here in my place. Who are those people? An amalgamation of bloodlines who aeons ago entered into agreement with this planetary creator to induce spiritual evolution in its inhabitants, and therefore itself. They are individuated souls that came together to compromise the oversoul group soul of Venus. Again, who are those people? I answered this in one of the posts right above this one. Intent to experience on the part of the beholder, intent to teach on the part of the mentor. Who is the mentor? Is this the same oversoul / group soul of Venus? The mentor is whomever or whatever the individuated soul allows to influence their perception on what the right way to be is. The Earth, as many of us knew it, was already destroyed, in the sense that the dimensions and modalities of being offered by incarnating on Earth are no longer offered here, and have not been since the turn of the decade. Is this why there are so many people appearing to have no souls? If no new lessons, why are we still having births? Are these births without souls? You said, everything not only has a soul, but is the soul. No lessons here, why would they incarnate? Is there some other reason, some event to take place? Or has some event already taken place? We changed planets and all. Everything and everyone both has and is the soul. There are lessons and experiences here, but they are different from that of old Earth. An event did take place, the Great Harvest. The Earth you occupied previously is no longer capable of being accessed by those who have transcended, which is everybody in this dimension / distortion / density. So again, what about all the low-density evil peeps still robbing and killing and beating their children in the street? So only souls who are at the new level can incarnate and the old are banished as they die off to another dimension properly suited for them? So we have to wait another 80 years for the bad peeps to die off? Or, wait a minute, what Earth you occupied previously? When did I move planets? Your first statement is correct. Only those who have either ascended to or chosen this density may incarnate here. Those who ascended, moved, or chose another density reside only there as well. Physical death is not always the mechanism by which an individuated soul changes its density of experience. As to your last question, the transition has been happening for almost the last 10 years. We are just now settling into our new density. Our gains surprised my counterpart simply because we are significantly ahead of schedule and this is not according to plan. So there is a plan. Can you give us more regarding the plan? What is this next step you keep referring to, and how do we take it? The basic plan was for the individuated souls of the Venus Oversoul to incarnate on Earth and provide the negative polarity for its inhabitants. In doing so, we would have the ability to choose one or the other as opposed to being forced to only experience the positive end of a given polarity. The next step is up to all of us as it always has been, only now people are beginning to realize it. Do not worry about the how. The how is the physical expression of metaphysical forces at work. Set your intention sincerely and the rest will follow naturally. What are archons and soul traps, and what does that have to do with our growth, choosing free will, and your organization? Archons and soul traps are not real. They are archetypes embedded in our minds by those who wish to instill in us fear. They have only the power you give to them willingly. What is Earth's planetary logos, and what is its ideal law? Many call him Yahweh. His ideal laws are those of forced utopia, moral living, and worship. However, all of these are incongruent with fundamental law. Will there be a physical crustal pole shift in the next 10 years on current planet Earth? A pole shift is in our future. The exact time frame is up for debate. Will there be an all-out economic nightmare depression in the US or globally the next 5 years on current planet Earth? The markets will in the near future once again enter a controlled meltdown of sorts. It will not be world-ending, but it will be harsh. Knowing it is an illusion doesn't really help the emotions that are incurred with the experience. The horrible sadness and empathy felt for those whom suffer and for those who don't. So if we have won, then why are we still here? Where is the parade and confetti? If we have reached the 100th monkey/tipping point and we are indeed moving on up now, why is there still such atrocity? Why would this still be playing out if we have indeed awoken enough of us to move up? We are not still here. We are elsewhere than where we were. Suffering exists on the scale it does because my counterpart intends the polarity of Earth to be negative at the time of the next harvest. It would not be playing out if more of us devoted ourselves to spiritual evolution. I expected the lower vibrations to just disappear at some point. Again, thinking of the verse, 2 will be standing in the field, 1 will be taken, 1 will be left. Back to the earth you occupied previously, statement I guess. You can go forwards and backwards, side to side, there are no true or ultimate conditions for moving in any direction. How do we do this next step you mention? We have several thousand texts pertaining to the nature of the self, spirit, reality, potential, etc. that even initiates are allowed to access. You mentioned a few oldies but goodies, can you give more? Seriously, point us to this. A step in any direction is most succinctly accomplished by clearing yourself of all but an intention to go where you wish, dispensing even with desire. This is of course a much more involved process than it seems. As for more reading, much of what is available publicly does contain breadcrumbs of truth if you read it cautiously yet open-mindedly. I am not at liberty to reveal our personal texts, but I am allowed to discuss them if the questions asked regarding them are specific enough. Transition to other states of being and consciousness can result in total body control. Lesser states can give the ability to consciously direct the course of your life in your intended direction. In other words, change the terms of your contract you signed before you incarnated. Regardless of the state of our conscious and being, we are always in some way the primary director of our experiences. How do we achieve this? Lesser states, higher states of being? Yes, that is what I want to experience. Thank you for your time and service. Love to you. Commune with the Creator within. Allow yourself to know Him, feel Him, be Him, and experience Him in all that you are and all that is. It will come naturally. Thank you for your questions. They were very nice both to read and to answer. Will I get custody? Why won't they leave me alone? Will they be exposed? All is up not to you, But you. Are you talking about Antarctica or the southern part of Iceland? If it is Iceland, then are some of these secrets in the Reykjavik area? The former. Hey, Op, if you were to select a few lines, perhaps a paragraph or two from some of your personal favorite texts, what would you choose? The true meaning of life is not known to men on this plane, if indeed to any, but the highest authorities and our own intuitions. Teach us that we will make no mistake in living up to the best that is in us, so far as is possible, and realizing the universal tendency in the same direction in spite of apparent evidences to the contrary. We are all on the path, and the road leads upward ever, with frequent resting places. Are you related to or acquainted with Hidden Hand? Hidden Hand was an individuated soul within my organization's Counterpart. He is no longer physically with us. Can we as individuals change our timeline at will? If so, how? Yes, come to know the creator within and identify consciously, not with your mental preconceptions of yourself, but with him as he is you. Is time travel real? Yes, though not as it is popularly described to be. What and who is on the moon? Earth's moon is one of the most common locales in which interdimensional bleeding occurs. As such, its inhabitants are both many and few. Archetypically, the moon is a site for observation, subtle guidance, and protection. Do you want to be with God? All are with God, as God is all, and all is God. Thank you for your answers. I have a couple more questions. Well, I have thousands more, but we will stick to current dialogue. Please ask as you will. The Great Harvest. Okay, so apparently I missed the Great Harvest. I thought the Great Harvest, the separating of souls, chaff in the wheat, etc., would be a much more cataclysmic event. I was expecting a move to 5D, as has been touted in New Age circles for decades, but I thought it would be a more biblical, rapture-like event. Can you elaborate more on the Great Harvest as when and how this took place? I have been praying for this for 20 years. That is, praying for everyone to move up together. All of us, all of Earth's inhabitants above and below to the new Earth. We were aware of a tipping point that needed to be reached, just were not aware it had already occurred. You did not miss it, you were a part of it. We are ascending from third density to the fourth. The transition is underway as we speak. The great light of our galaxy's sublogos has just begun to pass over us. The process is not an instantaneous event, as it is often depicted. Rather, it is a gradual process. The initiation of the process is referred to as the point of evolution. Remember, biblical stories and other stories of rapture are models and metaphors through which we can understand an era of change will occur. We will certainly see upheaval of many sorts in the coming years, but it will not be traditionally cataclysmic. This is a time for rejoicing and sharing in the love and light of the Creator and creation. Our break will soon come to a close, and spiritual work of a new kind will take its place. Your first statement is correct. Only those who have either ascended to or chosen this density may incarnate here. Those who ascended, moved, or chose another density reside only there as well. To verify, so this great harvest I missed, many gurus moved on up, many peeps stayed with me, and all the bad guys will be leaving soon, not to incarnate back here for a while. We here are all among those who moved up. Those who manifested the negative polarity of the previous iteration of Earth are likewise in a fourth density incarnation, though one of negative polarization. Those who occupied the middle ground are on a similar iteration of Old Earth or third density Earth. Physical death is not always the mechanism by which an individuated soul changes its density of experience. Okay, apparently since I missed the harvest as we changed densities, so was this horrible ear frequencies, the heartache and crying for no reason, the hundreds of butterflies that have followed me everywhere for several reasons? Were there other signs we missed? These are symptoms of density transition. It is almost always rough on our physical selves. Think of them as growing pains. We must shed the old to allow the new. As to your last question, the transition has been happening for almost the last 10 years. We are just now settling into our new density. How long is this process going to take? I was told there would be joy and unlimited food, love, and happiness, that nothing would be needed. We would create and manifest instantly anything we desired. We are on the path to what you describe. The length of this process is up to all of us. Many call him Yahweh. His ideal laws are those of forced utopia, moral living, and worship. However, all of these are incongruent with fundamental law. I had to find a dictionary to verify my memorized meaning of incongruent, which led me to ask if you could expand on fundamental law versus Yahweh law, and maybe your opinion of Yahweh. Fundamental law is primarily comprised of 3 laws: the law of free will, the law of love, and the law of light. I expanded upon these at the top of the second page of this thread. This planetary logos ideal laws of forced utopia, moral living, and worship are fundamentally opposed to the fundamental law of free will, as we were not initially given any choice in the matter. They were likewise opposed to the laws of love and light, as we could not progress spiritually back to reunion with the Creator because our free will was violated, violation of the law of love, and as our free will was violated, so too was our sovereignty as individuated microcosms of the Creator, or the All, violation of the law of light. Yahweh is incomparably naive and near incomparably loving. This is not a good combination if Yahweh and his sub-logos seek to know and experience the Creator within in the physical incarnation, and eventually return to holistic reunification with him. Suffering exists on the scale it does because my counterpart intends the polarity of Earth to be negative at the time of the next harvest. It would not be playing out if more of us devoted ourselves to spiritual evolution. I thought we just recently experienced the Great Harvest, the one I missed, so I would not expect another harvest for some time, 2,000 years or so. So does this mean we have to deal with evil again this cycle round, or is this next harvest something different, like a rinse cycle to clean out what is left and is being totally on the negative? Maybe pole shift, earth changes kind of thing? We did just recently begin to experience the Great Harvest. However, comparatively minor harvests occur more frequently. It is not necessarily evil with which we will be dealing. There exists a positive polarization and a negative polarization for each density. In third density, the positive and negative polarizations were love and fear, respectively, service to others, service to self. In our current fourth density, the positive and negative polarizations are wisdom, light, and love, service to the Creator, the All, service to others. I can expand on what this means if you ask me to. It is never certain how the process of harmonizing the polarities will play out, but patterns do arise and are very consistent. I very much enjoyed and resonate with your dialogue. Thank you. You are very welcome. Thank you for your questions. What does Eracidini Murev Te mean? To share in truth. I have a couple questions, but I'll read through the thread tomorrow to see if they've been asked already. There is no harm in asking. If something has been answered already, I will point you to where. Can I ask, what led you to choose to share here on this forum? Diffusion is an interesting event. We must share in such a place that only those who intend to hear what we may share will encounter our information. Ra only. Ra is Anunnaki? Are you sure? Ra is one of the many of which Anunnaki is used to refer. They visited Earth 18 and 11 millennia ago. They were one of the only of a positive polarization and evolutionary path. Can you expand on the following? Fourth density, the positive and negative polarizations are wisdom, light, and love, service to the Creator, the All, service to others. I can expand on what this means if you ask me to. Let me see if I can interpret this meaning, if you will. In third density, we had free will choices of either service to others, love, or service to self, fear. We now have another free will choice to choose: wisdom, light, positive polarization, service to the creator slash all, or love, negative polarization, service to others. So if we choose service to the creator slash all, the positive polarization, we keep moving closer to the creator up in the densities. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what this means for us in the end. What does that mean to be reunified with the creator? Is that a unique circumstance to us? And how do we start giving service to the creator? What does that look like? Thank you. These are great questions. Thank you. In any density of experience, all polarities are present. As above, so below. The dominant polarities we are discussing here are the primary polarities through which spiritual work is done on a given density. In other words, many individuated souls have chosen to experience and learn within the illusion of duality comprised by wisdom, light, and love. The current density of Earth is a creative medium through which they may do so. We still have the free will to work in and harmonize any polarity in any density, even though that may not be the primary archetype or intention of the specific density manifestation itself. Furthermore, the greatest karmic costs are incurred by operating within the primary polarities of a given density. So if we choose service to the creator slash all, the positive polarization, we keep moving closer to the creator to go up in the densities. Precisely. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what this means for us in the end. What does that mean to be reunified with the creator? Is that a unique circumstance to us? And how do we start giving service to the creator? What does that look like? These are particularly astute questions. Reunification with the creator means two things. The ultimate goal of physical incarnation is to come to know and experience the creator within, so you may experience creative agency in the dream that is individuated being. This is one way in which reunification with the creator is possible in any incarnation or density of experience. Number 2. By coming to know and experience the creator within, you set yourself on a path to return to the absolute, or the density of experience that is complete and utter communion with the creator. This is different from coming to know the creator within in any given incarnation. This is not unique to anyone or anything. All are on this path. Serving the self and serving others, as were the primary polarizations of old Earth, are both forms of serving aspects of the creator, missing the forest for the trees, if you will. Serving the creator slash the all entails no discrimination between any one thing or person, as all are the creator in the first place. Service to the all. Acting in this manner is very beneficial for the spiritual growth of an individuated soul and its collective. This is the primary difference between our previous third and current fourth density Earth. What do you mean, illusions? Is reality real? Are we living in a simulation? And who is this creator? All of physical reality is an illusion. It is not necessarily real. The experiences within it are more so. The creator is the fundamental creative substrate behind, in front, and within all. Other names for the creator are unity, infinity, infinite intelligence, infinite energy, etc. Alright, there's not a question for this one. I don't know why, but here's the answer. They are not exactly from the future. They represent what our future may entail, however. Arcturus is one of the most spiritually evolved group souls, oversouls present within our galactic community. Like all others, they are created both by the creator and themselves. Thanks. I just read someone say Arcturians evolved from horses? Not sure on that one. I had past lives as Arcturians, so curious how they came to be. Are they maybe from a previous universe? Arcturians did not evolve from horses, though despite their small physical stature, they do resemble them. They are not technically from a previous universe. Each universe or landscape expands and contracts on a cycle. Some call this the Big Bang and the Big Crunch, respectively. Many group souls slash oversouls and their individuated components reshuffle and reorganize after a contraction. Thus, many cease to be as they were. Arcturus is one of the group souls that persisted through the last big crunch. So, what's the best course of action? That is my question. Live true to your heart and soul callings. These are the Creator calling to you. Best thread ever, Op. Much gratitude. Is self-actualization possible while in human form? You are very welcome. Self-actualization is possible for any being to achieve in any density of experience. This is the final component of the catalyst used in ascended or transitioning between densities of experience. You, yourself, as well as all individuated specks of the Creator, are the result of the Creator himself self-actualizing and manifesting as you. Manipulation of others against their willful knowledge and their full understanding puts one in karmic debt. Question. Number 1. Therefore, fully knowing this, at what level of debt should correction measures be taken against you? Number 2. Since you or your group didn't create any of this universe, and everything created is already fully known by the one that did, and you are just discovering what has already been pre-calculated and created within the boundaries of its specifications, what is knowledge that you should feel the need to gather it when it will all be gathered eventually anyway? Is it so that you can manipulate and control others without their willful knowledge and against their will before it is all known? Number 3. Why do you feel this way? Is there an internal mechanism that was pre-built inside of you that you didn't put there but drives you towards the foundation of your intended and designed purpose? Or are you choosing this, one over the other, of your own free will? These questions are wonderful. Thank you very much. Number 1. I am doing my best to adhere to fundamental law and answering the questions posed to me. I am adhering to the law of free will as I answer only the questions that are asked and only with as much detail as is necessary to understand the fundamental aspect of the answers. I am adhering to the law of love as my personal reason for accepting this task was to contribute to the ability of each individuated soul who comes across this material to seek and experience the Creator within for themselves, should they wish. Finally, I am adhering to the law of light as I am not violating any individuated soul's sovereignty or ability to experience the Creator and creation as they already are. The law of light also dictates that each individual logos the Creator embodies, which is everyone and everything, has the right to freely create and manifest and be as they choose. This is why I ask everybody participating in this exercise not to believe me, but simply to engage in this dialogue as they will. I have violated these laws in some minor ways already, and I willingly and readily accept the karmic consequences for doing so. Number 2. Since you or your group didn't create any of this universe, and everything created is already fully known by the one that did, and you are just discovering what has already been pre-calculated and created within the boundaries of its specifications. This is almost precisely correct. However, just as the Creator is us and we are all the Creator, what we all fundamentally are is what is responsible for creation too. Pertaining to knowledge, yours is an astute observation. However, to discover knowledge that is not yet known by another individuated soul is also to create the presence of that knowledge as being more readily available to the collective in their experience of incarnation. What is knowledge that you should feel the need to gather it when it will all be gathered eventually anyway? Knowledge is part of the catalyst that leads to self-actualization, or enlightenment, if you prefer. However, there are many other components, and knowledge is in no way the predominant factor or aspect of this endeavor. By this process, we come to know and experience the Creator within ourselves in our given incarnation, while also traveling along the path that will also lead us to ultimate reunification with Him. In this place, everything is all at once. Things are this way here, too, it just takes some exploration to find them. This is one of the primary purposes of creation. Is it so that you can manipulate and control others without their willful knowledge and against their will before it is all known? No, this is not the duty of myself or my organization. Ours is essentially the opposite, though we must adhere to fundamental law. Number 3. These things are functions of each other, or the same function. I freely choose to be as I am and do as I will, and this is as the Creator intends. Many group souls, oversouls, and their individuated components reshuffle and reorganize after a contraction, thus many cease to be as they were. Arcturus is one of the group souls that persisted through the last big crunch. I should emphasize something here. They do not cease to be, they only cease to be as they were. Used to refer, what are the others reference? Are they supposed to come back to visit Earth? Anunnaki is a term used to refer to several group souls / oversouls whose incarnations visited Earth long ago. Most all of these physical incarnations are no longer here, though they do occasionally interact with us via thought or channeling. When was humanity supposed to ascend according to the Venusian schedule? The task of my counterpart is complicated. Given its nature, there initially was no point in time by which our spiritual evolution should have been well underway. However, my counterpart incurs a great deal of karmic debt, operating and acting as they do. Their intention was for the great harvest to occur on an old Earth that was of a majority negative polarization, so they could then incarnate into a fourth density negative Earth and begin to work off this karmic debt. This did not happen. This was their intention, as they believed if they operated in such a manner that the majority of Earth's inhabitants were to graduate to a fourth density negative Earth, the terms of their contract with our planetary logos as directed by the system's council would be fulfilled. They would have succeeded in their assignment, lent heavily to their spiritual progression of this world, and been allowed to begin working off their karmic debt. As the majority of Earth's inhabitants graduated to a fourth density positive Earth, my counterpart's work is still ongoing, as they have yet to provide humanity and Yahweh with an utterly condensed example of negative polarization. There are other ways to satisfy the contract. Those are up to all of us, not my counterpart. What was the primary cause for the advancement ahead of schedule? People are beginning to know, explore, experience, and share love of their own volition, their own free will, in ways that have not been seen on present Earth for tens of thousands of years. And this is only the beginning. What does it mean to connect with Source? What facilitates greater connection? What impairs connection? How does the quality of the connection relate to manifestation, abundance, liberty, love, wisdom, etc.? Connection with Source, or the Creator, occurs when an individuated soul comes to realize and experience the Creator within itself. This connection is fundamentally facilitated by the intent to do so. The quality or sincerity of the connection increases the intensity or polarization of whatever archetypes the individuated soul intends to manifest within its experience. Other than fundamental law, what other laws are recognized in this universe? I assume there are few basic universal laws. Outside of the big three, the most useful law is the law of mentalism, also known as the law of attraction. I would note here that mentalism does not only imply the mind or thought. What happens when one acts or thinks consistent with and contrary to universal laws? How does experience relate to awareness of being? The individuated soul then begins to harmonize with the Creator and creation, and its ability to transition between different densities of experience, or even manifest them, heightens. Personally, I find being in this way, as you suggest, to be among the most noblest endeavors. Acting and thinking contrarily to fundamental law almost always results in confusion and experience of the negative polarization within any density of experience. It greatly inhibits your ability to know the Creator within and eventually return to Him. Though nothing is permanent, the experiences typically manifested by this route are unpleasant. Do you do healings? I'm having back and leg pain and depression. Can you fix this? I am not permitted to do this for you. However, you are perfectly capable of doing this for yourself. Seek the Creator within and find your peace. This is a good first step. The medicines and therapies offered by the peoples of this world are greatly effective. Though it may take some searching, you will find your relief if you so choose. In a previous post, you stated that there is only one soul, yet you referred to group souls and oversouls. Would you please clarify? Very good questions, thank you. The creator, both fundamentally and ultimately, is the one soul. Each soul into which he incarnates is like a fragment or piece of this one soul. These souls or logoi, just like the creator, can incarnate further into more individuated souls, and so on and so forth. This process is very similar to how Russian Matryoshka dolls work. Group souls or oversouls are souls wherein the directly individuated souls that one sub-logos creates and into which it both partially and fully manifests, spiritually evolve in such a way that each individuated soul returns to the experience and being of its direct creator, or logos. For example, if us humans were to evolve along this path, we would eventually coalesce and return to being Yahweh, or this planetary logos. The group soul Yahweh, which would also be, and technically currently is, all of us would then continue to spiritually evolve with what would then be its peers, the other group souls of the solar system's planets, to eventually return to the solar system's logos, the sun. This process continues such that all of us eventually return to the creator himself. However, as the creator is what everything and everyone is both fundamentally and ultimately, souls of any kind may take their own path to return to him. The path we outlined here is simply and incomparably the most common. What do you think of this thread? Thread, Angel Help. Please read the intro first, new info added at the end. Page 86 for news. I would tread this thread with caution. There is truth and benevolence within it, but filtering a message through any individuated soul, like its op, results in some tainting of the message's content. I am very aware of the law of one. Vaccines truly are a type of black magic to lower your vibration and finer senses. Who is Q? Not exactly. The primary problem with vaccinations is several are typically administered at a time. This can overwhelm the body's faculties. Q was originally someone with connections, if you can call them that, to mid-level staff within the Trump administration. Q has since been co-opted and is now more mass psychological manipulation and propaganda than anything else it may be. While there are some breadcrumbs to come from Q, the whole thing is an office joke to many I work with. Is there an afterlife? Is there a place of being and experiences beyond our physical incarnations on Earth? Of course. And there are many beyond that one, too. There is also an ultimate afterlife, if you will, where an individuated soul returns to complete reunification with the Creator and all that is. What you experience after changing densities of experience or incarnation is your choice. Are you familiar with an author by the name of Neil Donald Walsh? Very much so. Both his writings and lectures contain a great deal of truth and love. How can the blue avians be Ra when their 3D replica of his 60 body had golden skin? I recognize you are aware of the law of one, but using it to LARP. The raw material is one of the most untainted channelings in public popularity. A similarly sincere channeling is A Course in Miracles. Remember though, neither of these is absolutely sincere or truthful. Does God answer prayers? Yes, though asking can sometimes be a process. I personally always start and end with immense gratitude. Is Yahweh or some other entity blocking our free will to move on? We've all read theories about us being trapped. Ultimately, no one is stopping us other than ourselves. There is no trap other than those to which we have conceded and agreed. We can change this at any time, both personally and collectively. Let me add to this truth. Yahweh was an original guardian of this planet, but an imposter came later. So there have been two entities who came in the name of Yahweh. The first had good intentions, the second did not, and he is the god of the negative polarity. Functionally, this is more or less accurate. I made a slight change as it is important to be specifically accurate. My counterpart frequently impersonates Yahweh in various fashions, though I would at that Yahweh himself, while a being of good intentions, is fairly naive in his original Edenic endeavor and proposal of ideal law. I would add that my counterpart is not the god of the negative polarity. There is no such thing as we might traditionally conceptualize it. However, it is their intended function to serve here as such. Are Satan and hell real? Not how we think them to be. Satan is a name often given to my counterpart by those who do not have the entire picture. Hell is what an individuated soul creates and manifests for itself, and others should it choose not to adhere to fundamental law, or should it attempt to deny the creator within. What do you think of this man who claimed to be the Messiah? There is no singular or ultimate Messiah. I expanded on this earlier in the thread. I can find it for you if you like. That said, there are individuated souls who have either communed with the creator or something they perceive to be the creator and share what they experience and learn with others. It is up to us to review this sharing cautiously yet open-mindedly, so we may intuit for ourselves what is pertinent or truthful to us and what may not be. In the realm of the relative, it is said that when one thought is present, the opposite will rush in and fill the space. I call that withstanding the tensions of the opposites. This tends to happen, but does not necessarily have to. Training can limit this as you suggest. While I now am love more than not, how do I finally kick out the fear? There is no finality of dispensing with any end of any polarity, like fear. There is only transcending, or harmonizing the polarity itself. Is cognitive dissonance natural or learned? It is natural in the sense that since all things are both fundamentally and ultimately unified, or one and the same, that bringing one thing to mind will naturally bring its opposite to mind as well. This happens as a function of time and individuality, as time was what separates one end of a polarity from the other, or makes it individual from it. It is what allows experiences to be different from one another as opposed to the same. What is the cure for cancer, AIDS, etc.? Currently, there exist curative treatments for several kinds of cancer, as well as other diseases, that are being kept from the general public. There are also non-worldly pathways to health, but it would be a violation of fundamental law to discuss them with anyone who does not either already know of them or their aspects. The time of the dragon is short, is it not? I do not know. The power brokers of the world work in collaboration with the lizards? Does your office? Not literally. We very occasionally will interact and work with public leaders and institutions whose duties are more behind the scenes, if that is what you are asking. Like I mentioned earlier, our primary duty is a recording keeping of sorts. As to collaborating with any group soul who incarnates individually as a reptilian in appearance, no. Does our counterpart? Rarely. These visitors are rare and usually act of their own accord. Under what fronts do y'all operate? What do y'all do? Publishing companies, fund management, and soon, minor parts of the music industry. As to our specific duties, I expanded on this earlier in the thread. I can point you to where, if you like. I am a Reiki practitioner. Is performing said without being asked a violation? I have always thought so with regard to humans, although I have helped small children at their parents' request. I am thinking regarding it using it on a more cosmic level, for example on the Earth itself. Usually, yes. Often the request or invitation is subconscious or not consciously made. In some of these cases, it is not a violation. Even in many cases where the request is made clearly and consciously, it is still a violation. Healing of any kind is always complicated to navigate while still adhering to fundamental law. However, some are of the perspective that intelligent and compassionate navigation of this dilemma, even if it results in violation of fundamental law, can be noble. You still incur karmic debt from your actions, whatever they may be, and whatever the consequence is. If I write a book, will you get it published for the benefit of the world? Where should I submit it? This depends on its content, like all publishing requests. It does not matter where you submit it. If its content is relevant and significant to our unique endeavor, we will hear about it. If an individuated soul receives relatively instant karma, as in receives punishment quickly for something bad they did, what does this mean? Could it mean that the individual is fairly close to adhering to the fundamental laws? A near immediate manifestation of karma is typically one of two things. Number one, your higher self or the aspect of yourself that is always in direct contact with the creator/the all is admonishing you for straying from the path you sincerely chose for yourself. Number two, you have just acted in a manner which, if habitualized, will drastically detract from the progress you have made towards realizing the creator within and ultimately reunioning with him. You used the phrase something bad they did. This suggests if you are talking about an experience you had personally, you already know that which you did to be wrong. If I may, I would suggest you meditate and reflect deeply on this, if you are in fact in such a situation or have been recently. And by trying to hide and subvert karmic debt, does it build up in an individual or soul group has to keep getting more and more negative to essentially run from the law? Eventually it catches up though, does it not? Yes, it does build up. However, it is always paid off. Karmic consequences for any action will always be experienced if accrued. Do soul groups help build karma in either direction, good or bad? Bad debt equals running from the law. Good debt equals moving in the positive direction towards the creator. Essentially, yes to both of these questions, though it often plays out in unintelligibly complicated ways. Who is Allah? Allah is a term used to refer to either our planetary logos or the creator himself. The writers of the Quran did not agree on its intentional definition, and neither do its current readers. While on the subject of Reiki, is it possible for a healer and a healee to be so far off in personal vibration that no healing work can be facilitated between the two? It is certainly possible for the facilitation of healing work to be immensely improbable. Such difficulties can also arise from discrepancies between the true intentions of the healer/healee and their stated or conscious intentions. For those who don't want to stay within this construct/matrix, what is the way to exit after physical death and return to the true universe that exists beyond this illusory reality? If you are referring to ultimate reunion with the creator/the all, simply choose it. There will be those who consult with you about why and why not to choose one path over another. Take their counsel as you will, but the choice is yours and always is. The earliest documented Mandela effect experience occurred in 2008 on a pregnancy forum with a mother who was questioning Berenstein bears versus Berenstain bears. What is the explanation for this phenomena? Please be specific. This is a result of interdimensional bleeding, if you will, which we discussed earlier in this thread. I can point you to where if you like. Some say the Queen of Orion is our true creatrix, as a direct aspect of the all/divine feminine, the creatrix of this human experiment, which was then overtaken and manipulated by your Lucifer. What is your knowledge of this? This is nonsense. Though the direction of earthly affairs has since been primarily in the hands of the group soul of Venus, as you suggest, the rest is not the case. Both masculinity and femininity are fundamental aspects of being, which predate even creation itself. When a soul does a physical incarnation, does it know beforehand what it is getting into, or is it more of a jump in and find out? Both. It not only knows, but agrees to what it is getting into beforehand. However, this contract of sorts is not ultimately set in stone. That said, a veil of forgetfulness is placed upon it so that it may fully immerse itself in its incarnation. This is very much like jumping in and finding out. This veil can be reached beyond with the proper training. There are rare cases where an individuated soul may choose to jump without looking, so to speak. I do not really know if the following is true, but I have my feelings about Ozzy Osbourne. I recognize that you are very intelligent in your field of study and may not know about what exists outside of this construct. Thank you for answering. As for consulting with anyone about my experiences here after this physical incarnation is finished, I am well aware of who this council is, and I'll not be stopping by for their advice. Thank you again, your time is appreciated. This will be my choice too, for a time. And you are very welcome. Thank you for your questions. Will it be released publicly? Eventually. How and when is up to all of us. What are your thoughts on Kundalini, rising specifically? A Kundalini awakening is a symptom of a significant spiritual event. Essentially, your higher self, or the part of you that is always in union with the Creator/the All, is increasing your ease of manifesting experiences that are not necessarily part of your incarnation contract, if you will. This is typically a result of deep and prolonged communion with the Creator within, which can occur either through traditional meditation or living in accordance with fundamental law and your heart-soul calling. It can also be a symptom of communication with non-physical beings. This communication is usually of a reassuring or encouraging nature. Do we incur karmic debt by participating in this thread? If we share untruth or even not complete truth, for example, in our questions or comments, and these untruths lead to misunderstanding within others and lead to their greater suffering, does this cause karmic debt to the participant who misspoke, misled? Yes, we incur karmic debt for everything we do. Typically, it is minor, positive, or negative. A key idea to keep in mind is that what you put out into the world will be returned to you. However, much of the experience you manifest is born from your intention, conscious or otherwise, which is intertwined with karma. If the plan was to create a harvest of a negatively polarized majority of humanity, and that did not occur, have incarnate, individuated souls presently in the positively polarized majority failed to realize the goal of the plan? If so, how do you refer to this as a hard-fought victory? You were correct regarding one of the aspects of my counterpart's plan. Remember, their end goal is to induce substantive spiritual evolution and progress in Earth and its inhabitants. The terms of their assignment are based on the condition they provide a clear and inarguable example of the negative option, so we here may freely choose and thus grow. This is why they desired a negative harvest, if you will. The majority of Earth's inhabitants graduating to a fourth density positive Earth instead is a hard-fought victory, because we are demonstrating to the solar system's community that the role my counterpart plays in Earth's direction in affairs is increasingly less necessary. Does the placement of the planets in relation to the Sun indicate level of enlightenment? So Mercury would have the highest, followed by Venus, etc. There is no correlation between distance from the Sun and a planetary logos density of experience. As Earth's human collective has ascended into fourth density as positively polarized, does that have an effect on where the Earth is located relative to the Sun, the galaxy, the universe? No. It does change which density of physical reality we experience, however, which can vary minorly or majorly from one another in many ways, including spatially and temporally. What beings presided on the council involved in the plan/contract? This contract was created by the Elder Council, which often resides on and operates from densities of Saturn. The group souls that comprise this council are of the 6th and 7th densities. Each planetary logos of the solar system were also present. If graduated as majority negative, was humanity/Yahweh capable of becoming positively polarized while in fourth density? Yes, nothing is permanent or set in stone. Likewise, is the majority positively polarized humanity now entering the fourth density capable of graduating to fifth as majority negatively polarized? Yes, there is a positive and negative polarity for each density of experience. The current primary polarities of our fourth density positive Earth are wisdom, light, which is the positive end of the polarity, and love, which is the negative. Remember, these terms do not mean that one is better than the other. They are simply used to describe which experiences must be had and which lessons must be integrated to ascend orthodoxically in our density of experience. I expanded on this earlier in the thread and can point you to where if you like. Think of positive as meaning leading towards ultimate reunion with the Creator, and negative as meaning the opposite. Though nothing is permanent, the journey can take many forms. A side note, just as we had to integrate and harmonize the experiences and lessons of both love and fear to graduate to a positive fourth density, so too will we harmonize wisdom and love to graduate to a positive fifth density. The positive side of the polarity nearly always consists of almost entirely novel experiences and lessons, but both sides of polarity must be harmonized to progress to a next density. The given side of a polarity with which you identified via your actions and intentions determines the quality or archetypes of your next density of experience. Remember, this process is not the only way to transition between densities. It is only the most orthodox and most common. How long does polarity, positive and negative, exist in reality? Is there a level where it does not? As far as I know, it exists at least through the seventh density of experience, though I know next to nothing of the octaves of densities beyond our own. In keeping with the tenet of as above, so below, it seems feasible that polarity is continuously present, though perhaps this tenet only pertains to this octave of densities. If love greater than fear was necessary to graduate positively polarized fourth, what is necessary to graduate to the fifth density, sixth, seventh, etc.? I covered graduation to fifth density earlier in this post. Graduation to sixth density orthodoxically entails harmonizing the polarities of wisdom, light, and understanding. Graduation to seventh density consists of harmonizing the polarities of understanding and a new form of compassion for which we have no worldly words. Eighth density is the complete reunification with the Creator we have been discussing briefly throughout this thread. How many densities are there? And is there a way to graduate many levels at once? I believed I touched on the first question here as much as I am able. As to the second, yes. We are discussing the orthodox and most common method of transitioning between densities. There are many others. If an individuated soul were to release every aspect that formed the basis of the individualization, every belief, identification, and thought, would that soul cease to be individualized and so realize it is the all, reunification with the Godhead? Has this ever occurred? This is more or less accurate, though even in a reunion with the Creator, Godhead as you say, an individuated soul retains its individuality. It is complicated to explain with words. Can you clarify your second question here? I'm very grateful for your questions. They're simply wonderful. What can you share about the construction of the human avatar and how the soul is seated within it? The human avatar was constructed in its physicality such that its users may best operate within and interact with Earth. The soul is not necessarily seated within the human avatar. The soul is more so an animating force that energizes the body, so it may experience physical being. That said, the line between physical and non-physical is quite philosophically fuzzy. In other words, it pushes the limits of language to discuss. Tears, I cannot thank you enough. Most humble gratitude. You are very welcome. May you find as you seek and be as you are. Can you give any specific details about the frequency barrier that is in place around the solar system/construct? How is it maintained and why? There are barriers of sorts around each and every logos and density. This is a result of the law of light or sovereignty. It is also the mechanism by which souls who incarnate into any density of experience are encouraged to immerse themselves within said density, as opposed to exploring that which they are not necessarily ready or sincerely willing to explore. There are barriers around the solar system just as there are barriers around planets. Have you happened to read of the Van Allen radiation belt? Why are humans only allowed to perceive approximately 4% of the totality of the universe, visible light spectrum, during their incarnation here? I believe I answered this in my answer to your first question. Please ask if you would like me to clarify. LOL, Ozzy. That's about exactly what I was thinking when was going on here. Are there ones that incarnate without that veil, or is that veil a requirement for all? Yes, the veil is not even a requirement. It is enjoyed by many who choose to incarnate, as the purpose of incarnation is to immerse yourself within its experiences, like a dream. Op, what do you think of this? The path of return to the creator / the all after the end of a physical incarnation takes different forms, each unique to the individuated soul. However, there are archetypes. Fundamentally, all you ever need to do to return home is simply intend to. Thank you again, Op. What's life like living in 6th or 7th density? How many densities before being reunified with the creator / the all? You are very welcome. These are also good questions. 6th density is the first density in which graduation does not occur at the individual level. Rather, the group soul / oversoul is responsible for harmonizing its polarities. 7th density is similar. I expanded upon both of these in one of my previous posts on this page. 8th density is the ultimate reunification with the creator / the all. I would like to take a moment to thank all of you for your questions. I did not expect that we would be reaching beyond what language can describe or explain so quickly. I am very grateful and humbled. Shall we continue? Yes, I understand it is not inside, per se. I am also acquainted with how it energizes / animates the body. Indeed, language is a barrier, physical and spiritual being the same. However, the soul is part of the human avatar construction. What else is a part of the human avatar construction in addition to physical body and soul? Each human avatar is joined by a toroidal field. This field is one of the aspects of our creative potential. It is a tool, and though it takes practice to use consciously, we are always using it. The contents and results of this field's activity are directly related to what and how we choose, consciously or otherwise, to manifest. It is one of the components of our attractive nature, both an antenna and a broadcasting station. Such is the nature of singularities. So the Venusian bloodlines are contracted to come here and torture us, so to say, to stimulate spiritual evolution. This does not appear to be an act of unconditional love from higher will. It seems perverted. Essentially, you are correct. The ultimate reason behind endeavoring in such a manner to stimulate spiritual evolution, as you say, is to once again allow us the ability to return to the Creator. Before any of this was agreed to, we were trapped in a sort of idyllic prison. I expanded upon this at length in various points throughout this thread. I can point you to where if you like. Does not karma, sowing and reaping, if not wisdom and love itself, provide sufficient teaching? They do! How they interplay with the current state of affairs is complicated and natural, though not necessarily necessary. Yes, may we please continue? If amnesia is preferred by some incarnates, why must we all experience amnesia if some, like myself, do not wish for it? I know you said it is to learn, but there are many other ways in which to learn on this plane. It is not that all must experience amnesia, rather that most choose to. There are ways to peek beyond the veil if you so choose. It is my understanding, I do not like that word, that we are not here to learn anything other that the Creator and we are one. Op, what say you? This is the fundamental lesson, purpose, and archetype of incarnation of any kind. That said, it is not the only manner in which we may approach incarnation, even though it is. Both the creator and individuated souls often have different stated reasons for choosing to incarnate, even though they all tie back to this one. I have a simple question on mind. What is love? Love is one of the few primary, fundamental, and unifying forces in creation. It is a necessary one and one upon which all is contingent. The ones without a veil, isn't that kind of cheating? Any system could easily be taken advantage of and used for ill will at any time. It is like cheating, and it is occasionally taken advantage of. However, have you ever played a game while constantly cheating? It loses its flavor very quickly. Those who choose to cheat throughout an incarnation are few and far between, and very seldom keep a taste for it. Which are the other two forces, or more? And I like the concise answer, thank you. There are many. Light is the primary substrate behind the experiential and physical existence of both creation and individuated souls. The veil is a requirement, for without it there is no free will. Due to the fact you know exactly what you intended, what to do, there be due decisions to make as everything would be 100% predictable, thus there be no free will. The veil is a requirement for free will. Are you not at least a little ashamed for misleading people? The veil is not necessarily a requirement. Rather, the different modalities of being and experience before its conception were boring, weightless, and seemed to lack weight or meaning. I have omitted much from my answers in accordance with fundamental law. However, the nature of these omissions are not off the table to discuss. The right question simply must be asked. What's up with Ozzy? How do I heal myself? Who is your counterpart? I do not really know what Ozzy is up to. I do think he's a funny character, though. I have covered your other two questions in the last page or two. I can point you to where, if you like. So the implication is that we would not have been able to spiritually evolve and return to our creator unless we were subjected to the horrors enacted by these bloodlines? Not exactly. The solution we got was one of many proposed. Now it is the one we have. It simply is what it is. However, before things became as they are now, our planetary logos made it exceptionally difficult for us to evolve and return to the creator, as you say. Is this the thought and will of the Godhead, or only of these Saturnian councils, like we are rats in a lab of mad scientists, even if self-professed as well-intended? All is the thought and will of the Creator, fundamentally. We are, can choose to be, what we will. Ultimately, there is no one and nothing determining your experience other than you. I apologize for the simplicity of this question. Many here have eloquent skills in the way they are forming their questions. Are you incarnated right now and in a body? If so, may I ask if you are male or female? It helps me with some of the wording I am seeing in your replies, and is in no way meant to imply anything. I appreciate your apology, but I do not think it is necessary. Many, including myself, often unnecessarily taint our speech with overcomplicated language. Any directness you wish impart in your speech is very welcomed. I am physically incarnated right now. I have a name, a family, and a home of sorts. Hopes, dreams, intentions. I am male. A difference of vibration was the main understanding I learned. Along with that was that there are many energetic changes in the planet and with people right now, and that energetic healing is also shifting its consciousness. In other words, Reiki is becoming an old school modality. Growing pains, if you will. I'm chuckling to myself right now because I'm sitting here thinking this has been like a mini dark night of the soul. Me wondering about myself, if I had just lost the ability to heal like I once used to be able to heal. I'm so glad I have a healthy sense of humor, and I think the creator has an healthy sense of humor too. All these laughs we have in this density, despite the grave challenges, tell me that the creator has to have a good sense of humor as well. Where else would we get it from? This is beautiful writing. If one is in contact with one's higher self and that higher self guides, is that cheating? And if so, then why would one even have that experience? This is not cheating. All individuated souls at one point in time or another yearn for redirection, guidance, and reassurance. Cheating would be if your higher self were to incarnate with no conscious or experiential limitations between it and its incarnation. Hi Op, why is gravity necessary here in 3 to 40 Earth? To keep us here, of course, just like the many other barriers. Until we coalesce consciously and experientially into a group soul, we will always find that there's yet another barrier to traveling among the stars, despite whatever technological advancements we may stumble upon. If we are all aspects or fractals of the all, are we not already evolved? How does an aspect of the all become de-evolved? If the purpose of the all is to experience through us, then why is it the goal to become integrated with the all? Wouldn't that mean that the experience perceived through and by us would end? Why would the all's ultimate goal be to end its experiences? Why would I, as a being whose purpose is to grow and expand, seek to ultimately end my purpose by reintegrating with the source of my creation? These are great questions, thank you. It is not necessarily that we devolved, we incarnated to this world in series of densities with the intention of both experiencing individual being, both of ourselves and of experiences being separated from one another, and to come to know the Creator within. You see, even in the realm of ultimate unity, not even the Creator knows what or who he really is. Incarnation is one of the many, many mediums he has used in an attempt to figure this out. It has other purposes, of course, too. As we accepted the veil of forgetfulness this entails, we also accepted the journey of growth that was to follow. We can go anywhere, including returning at any time. It is less a goal and more so an inevitability. I expanded upon this briefly earlier in the thread. The Creator/the All's end goal indeed will eventually be to end the medium of experience that is incarnation, as all is a cycle. It will once again return after that point too, to how it is now. We grow bored of whatever it is we are doing and change it up in our own lives too, do we not? The Creator gets bored. A new medium of being and experience is concocted and his interests shift to that, and back again. Is it normal to desire being with that higher self? Is it possible for the higher self to incarnate at the same time? I was told that is a no-no. Whew. This desire is normal, as it is an aspect of our fundamental direction towards and desire to be with the Creator. You are an incarnation of your higher self. Only you have accepted some limitations as to what that means. It is possible to commune with your higher self, or rather, reattune your consciousness with your soul, if you will. It is also possible to embody your higher self sincerely and wholly during an incarnation. As you are your higher self, it is not possible for both you and your higher self to incarnate simultaneously without being the same person as you are now. Are the psychedelic plants and fungi a kind of gift? A nod towards some extracurricular learning, perhaps? I used to come to this forum every day. I got very depressed about it all and haven't visited for several months. For some reason, I was compelled to have a look tonight and came straight to this thread. It's been very interesting, thank you. Psychedelic substances serve the purpose of breaking down the ideological structures you have accepted as part of your incarnation. As a result, room is created for communion with the Creator and creation in their many aspects without this communion being tainted and sculpted by your individual, psychological, subjective subset of perceptive capabilities and worldly preconceptions. The physical, worldly expression of this is the entheogen-induced neurogenesis that occurs in the brain during a psychedelic experience. And you are very welcome. It fulfills me to know some about today has been enjoyable for you. Well, not quite. I, for one, think that dark and light are but the same thing perceived at different lengths in space-time, and there is something more which sustains the dark-light kaleidoscopic motion. But am patiently waiting for the Ops POV too. Please, ask away. Exactly. Ops creator is Lucifer. Who created Lucifer? My creator is most certainly not the group soul you refer to as Lucifer. I understand where this confusion arises, but this group soul is a progenitor of my counterpart, not of myself. Interesting back and forth. It's apparent that you are, and will be, intellectualizing everything you say. Yes, I apologize for this. It is different from how I prefer to experience life, but my duties often require it. I understand most of what I've experienced is relating to what I have manifested, but during my downtime in my life, I turned to Christ and felt delivered from the prison I made. I pray constantly to the Father in the name of the Son, and I know He has set my path straight. He assists me daily with my thoughts. My question is the Bible, specifically the King James Version, correct? The Bible contains many archetypes that are truthful in their representation of truth. Like all words, stories, models, and metaphors, it is not literal. It is a guide, a map. Was any book left out? Many were. There are portions of several of these books available online, though peruse cautiously. Some have had their contents changed. Is this the most comprehensive historical book that is close to the truth? This depends on how you choose to read and decipher the myriad of its mysteries. I recommend caution and open-mindedness. And the history that was taught in schools about the founding of our country and the past of other countries, are they very near the truth? Far from it. And our being lied to constantly about politics? Yes. Dichotomous political systems are a flagship for separation ideology, or ideology that seeks to have us believe we are anything other than one. What do you think about astrology? Is it all really written in the stars? If so, why? All is interconnected and interaffecting. The stars are but one component of our incarnations and our destinies. Remember, nothing is absolutely predetermined. This is one thing that astrologists tend to miss as they progress in their studies. Things change. Your correction is understood. Who is Lucifer to you, as you have come to know this information? Lucifer is a name commonly used to refer to the group soul of Venus, the group soul tasked with providing the negative option here on Earth. If they had not accepted assignment here, by this point, they would most likely be in reunion with the Creator. How can a creator get bored? Doesn't the Creator have unlimited potential to experience all things at all times? Why the need for cycles? Cycles only exist within this construct of linear time. The universe does not operate within this limitation, only here. Hence, the questions about why the need to lock down this experience in the limited frequency band when elsewhere in the universe it is not required for the growth and expansion of a soul. I believe I have expanded upon your first question somewhere in the last page or two. Cycles exist as a function of creative agency. The impulses and intentions of conscious beings always change. As such, so too will the nature of how things are. You are correct that the illusion of time is particularly poignant in physical reality. Recall the tenet of as above, so below. As to the necessity of how things are in any given density being necessary for the growth of a soul, they are not ultimately necessary. Many of my colleagues can very eloquently make the argument that neither is spiritual growth. As far as I understand it, to be brief, this is simply the form creation has taken this time around. What are angels? Who is the Antichrist? Is there a day of judgment? This depends. What do you mean by angels? And Antichrist exists only in the sense that there are beings who choose to embody the antithesis of what Christ represents. A day of judgment occurs during communion between an individuated soul and either its higher self, so to speak, or the Creator. A particularly intense communion entails coming to terms on a deep level of your being with how you are adhering to your heart/soul calling, fundamental law, and your journey to the Creator. I call it my expanded self. That way I don't constantly have to put higher self in quotes, because I know there is a better way to put it. But it's what most people understand their expanded self to be. somewhere out there, above them, better than them. But I've never much cared for hierarchies, especially when it comes to my relationship with my expanded self. It's my hope that one day everyone fully realizes they are more than their bodies, and that they are equal within and without themselves. Maybe if we got to that place of equality to begin with, then we'd be in a more harmonious reality to live in. Yes, Lil Miss and I got a little silly with our use of language. Such is the nature of these sorts of conversations. I'll let you continue, but it's a LARP. But it's good if it's centered around Law of One. You've said 3 things that let me know. I know there's no such thing as positive or negative karma, only karma. It's a balancing of unliving actions. There's just as much chance to incur karma anywhere. The time of the dragon is indeed short, O wise one. That's what they always say. That is because it is a part of a biblical story. I've noticed that you refer to the creator as he, male. Is there a reason for this? Isn't it the feminine aspect that is the creator of life, as above, so below? After all, even here on Earth, we all start out as females in the womb. The gender change happens at a later stage. Earth is a typical patriarchy. It's a men's world. However, if we go way, way back in history, this was a matriarchy. Thus, why is God/Source almost always referred to as male, even by you? Good questions. Neither the feminine nor masculine aspects of the creator are specifically responsible for the creation of life. It is a synthesis. The masculine archetype typically creates, the feminine typically destroys. This does not make one or the other good, bad, or better than the other. They are not set in stone, so to speak. The typically masculine creative impulse is necessary, as there are things that are not that should be. The typically feminine destructive impulse is necessary, as there are things that are that should not be. Both of these synthesize to create the ideal. Without one or the other, nothing would be at all. Think of a beautiful song. With only the unmoderated typical masculine impulse, this song would not be beautiful, as there would be no pruning or selection of what the song would consist of. Likewise, with only the unmoderated typical feminine impulse, too much would be pruned. I refer to the creator as masculine for 2 reasons. Number 1, I am male. Most of my communion with the creator has been of an archetypically masculine nature. My soul calling is of a masculine nature, and I have not incarnated as female for many lifetimes. Number 2. Many of the religious traditions common in the Western world, which is the majority of us participating in this dialogue, also refer to the creator as he. I do this as well for ease of communication. Keep in mind, we are not discussing the differences between men and women. Nor are we implying any superiority, inferiority, or definitiveness of the masculine and feminine archetypes and their derivatives. Men and women do indeed tend to align more closely with one archetype than the other, but both men and women manifest via both the traditional masculine and feminine archetypes. However, the content of the masculine and feminine archetypes are vast and much more complicated than my short, incomplete summary above, which is intended to briefly outline one of the roles the typical masculine and feminine archetypes play in the creator's process. Wow, I had to catch up there. You have covered so much and cleared up many misconceptions so far. Thank you again so much for your service. I may have missed this in the past 8 pages, but earlier said, in our current 4th density, the positive and negative polarizations are wisdom, light, and love, service to the creator / the all, service to others. I can expand on what this means if you ask me to. Yes, please. I am confused about how these are opposites. Light and service to others is one and same. Our break will soon come to a close, and spiritual work of a new kind will take its place. This is a break? What's the new work? Okay, I need to understand still how we are here on New 4D Earth and still having your counterpart active, then saying we have power to alter this. So I want to know, how do we alter this new 4D? What power do we have to create, and how do we wield this power? If the evil are dying out and no new evil will be incarnated here, does this mean the counterbalanced Venus Soul group will be leaving or not existent in 4D Earth? What should we be doing right now on 4D Earth? as in practicing telepathy, preparing for an economic downfall, preparing for Earth changes, preparing for the new children being born into a whole new dimensional learning environment, preparing for this new work you spoke of, or simply letting everything in 4D go and simply continue seeking your higher self? What should be next? What do you suggest one do for this transitioning time in accordance with what you know coming on new 4D Earth from the plan? Welcome back. It is good to see you again. You bring good questions to the table. I have answered these questions previously in the thread. I can point you to where if you like. Likewise, if you seek more thorough answers to the question you posted in the question above, I would be more than willing to provide them. Is there some way I can know I am on 4D Earth? As in, what makes this dimension different than the last one, and what differences can manifest themselves now during the transition? Yes, though it may be a labor of time. Watch the events of your life closely and see if you can distinguish a difference between the nature of these experiences and the lessons they seem to offer, and the nature of the experiences and lessons you experienced previously. You can also commune with the Creator as we have discussed throughout this thread. If I may, the fact we are able to communicate physically without any advanced techniques indicates you are indeed on the 4th density positive Earth, to put it not so eloquently. There are so many things I want to ask but don't feel are relevant to the level of this discussion. Some of those include the history of Earth, Enki, Enlil, Anu, giants, tunnels, Agartha, free energy, crystalline bodies, magic. Please, ask as you will. Please elaborate on how experiencing positively polarized 4th density will result in spatial and temporal differences. Densities of all kind differ from one another in that they are, essentially, another version of the same physical reality. As such, there will be nuanced differences of many kinds between densities of experience. You've alluded to the Russian nesting dolls. Are densities of experience tightly packed, stacked upon each other, no real space between the realms? Precisely. Not all of them, but the vast majority we encounter in individuated physical incarnation. However, while the differences between these densities are normally minor, vast and unintelligible differences exist between some. Dimethyltryptamine can reliably expose you to such densities of experience. Are dimensions interlaced similarly to what is described in the G8 theory? Would you clarify this question? Are you referring to string theory? When you refer to unorthodox means of ascension, not via harmonizing polarities of a density, do you include light body activation? What information can you share regarding unorthodox means? Yes, we have discussed this somewhat briefly earlier in the thread. I can point you to where, if you like. I can also elucidate further. Does the graduation of densities become easier as you go? What is the expected time it should take for the majority to graduate 4th density as positively polarized? Yes, so the nature of harmonizing polarities differs drastically, particularly in the 5th, 6th, and 7th densities of experience. The time it takes to do so is specific to the individuated souls in the first 5 densities, and the group souls in the 6th and 7th. Please comment on extrasensory perception and its relationship to one's sincere knowing of the Creator within. Will information, disclosure of truth like self-realization, such as expanding consciousness/energy centers, cultivating chi, or opening the pineal gland be taught to the masses in the near future? Extrasensory perception is one of the primary means through which communion with the Creator is achieved. This is why such an endeavor often entails deep meditation. On the matter of disclosure, by the current authorities, not in the near future regarding the topics you listed. However, we all have the ability to learn and experience these things for ourselves. Interesting perspective. Did any other race persist through? Yes, many group souls persisted, as did all individuated souls, though many of both groups are not presently incarnated. Thanks for your answer regarding feminine-masculine. Yes, I'm aware of the differences between feminine-masculine and male-female. I understand your point that because you're male, you might perceive Source as such as well. I think of it as the exact opposite, although I'm male too. The feminine aspects in all humans are the nurturing, loving, empathetic, compassionate, motherly aspects. These aspects are also important when raising children, and I think most people agree that these are feminine aspects. The male energy, as described in the Emerald Tablets, is a forward-moving, outgoing straight line, also moving in angles, while the feminine energy is softer and moves in circles. And isn't the feminine energy the softer energy, while the masculine energy is rougher? 9 times out of 10, estimate, it's the masculine energies that create destruction, such as wars and violence in general. Feminine energy, as I see it, is introverted, more spiritual, and therefore the spiritual creative energy, while the masculine energy is more of the executor, outgoing, straightforward. Thus, without the feminine energy inside of us being implemented first, the masculine energy would very often be destructive. Or do you have another view on this? These are all astute observations. Well done. I would comment that archetypically masculine destruction manifests via conflict, whereas archetypically feminine destruction does not. What powers do you have that the average human doesn't? I hear fully composed pieces of beautiful music when I completely quiet myself. I can change my physical attributes, like eyesight, hearing acuity, height, etc., at will, though I am very unpracticed and doing so takes immense amount of time, to the tune of weeks for some, years for others. I rarely blink and can choose not to indefinitely if I focus. These aspects of being and creativity are available to everyone. Many simply are unaware of the fact that they can develop them. What do you think of Islam? Islam, like most all other religious traditions, contains aspects of truth to the keen and observant soul. Much of the contents of Islam have been tainted over time, as is natural, and as occurs in all traditions. Do we meet loved ones in the afterlife? Yes, you can communicate with them in this incarnation too, if you practice. Do you celebrate Christmas with your family? What does Christmas mean to you? My apologies if this line of questioning is too personal. We celebrate Christmas in a gathering of extended family. Privately, we celebrate with our colleagues in our own way towards the end of this month. Christmas to me, I understand this is not doctrinal or traditional to the Christian faith, is a time of rejoicing, rest, creativity, and love. Typically, I spend most of December communing with the Creator, my loved ones, and resting. Is there a spiritual war between positively polarized beings and negatively polarized Luciferian Venusian beings for the liberty control of humanity? It is not a traditional war. My organization, as well as like-minded others, intend to prove the efforts of Venus are no longer required and their contract is fulfilled. However, parting from the contract in this way will require certain actions from both Yahweh and the inhabitants of Earth. Many sources say such is occurring and that the Venusians have violated galactic laws, basically taking humanity hostage and requiring suffering against humanity's will or by false inductment. Are you aware of such charges, and what comment do you have regarding these possible violation of galactic laws? This suffering is not entirely against our will. We indirectly agreed to it as a part of our initial agreement with the group Soul of Venus. However, early on in the process, Yahweh vindictively and jealously banished many of the individuated incarnations of Venus inappropriately and undeservedly to various other densities of Earth. As a karmic consequence to this, the negative polarization across all densities of our present Earth increased. It is an unreasonably complicated situation and will not be sorted out anytime soon, as all violations have been of galactic law and not fundamental law per se. No ultimate action can yet be taken to remedy the situation by anyone other than Yahweh, Venus, and their individuated incarnations. Very nice. Me too. This is a very heady thread. I hope you will take breaks if you feel the need. I appreciate your words, but no break is necessary. Our primary duty of record keeping has been an advantage in this exercise. I gather you are telepathic. Are you game? Your physical incarnation is much older than I expected. Why do you frequent this forum, if I may ask? You have answered many questions saying if you practice, you can do certain things. How do you practice physical healing, talking to deceased ones, etc.? Many specific methods are in public circulation. I would advise a cautious yet open heart and mind when exploring them. If you wish to learn of them, I would ask around in this forum. I would expect these things to be discussed here in much more detail than I am permitted to give. I see. What happened to those souls who didn't persist? Can you see why I came to Earth? Can you see how I went from Draconian to Other? The souls who did not persist through the Big Crunch are either in union with the Creator or incarnating within creation as aspects of different group souls than the ones with which they were originally affiliated. I cannot see beyond your physical incarnation's outward attributes without your permission to do so, else I would be violating fundamental law. I would also like a catalyst if this is something you wish to do. Can you see why I chose the veil, vacation, or... The most common reason the veil is chosen is because it allows the experience of incarnation to be more engaging, more immersive, and more fun. I have been searching for someone like you on here as suggested by my higher self since 2010. GLP was part of my Kundalini experience on 1/11/11. You cannot make this stuff up, lol. You are pushing hard on my third eye. Whew, not complaining. I wish to be a part of something like you have. I have had many deny me education and acknowledgement because I am a female in this incarnation. I know much, but desire like-minded others to share with. Words are failing me right now, my apologies. I hear you, but my mind gets in the way. Please assist me. I know you have already, but there is something I desire hearing from you, but am not sure of what that is. I am here to cement love on the earth. Whew, talk about bearing it all. I apologized for the physical discomfort. The larger the distance and the lack of shared space between two incarnations can exacerbate the physical symptoms of communication. You were so full of love and earnest, honest, innocent, positive attention, it fills my belly with feelings of honey and wine. I have sent to you a catalyst much like the one you seek. You may decipher and do with it or not as you will. What is your take on the planet Tiamat, also called Maldek? The Enuma Elish is telling us that Marduk and the Anunnaki invaders destroyed Tiamat, which was embodied with the spirit of the mother. Wasn't it there the human experiment started? Technically, yes. The human form is the primary physical form in which individuations of Yahweh incarnate. This dynamic has been unfolding for longer than most would expect. I am not permitted to say much on the nature of this conflict, but I will share what I am able, both in regard to my duties and your question. Recently, world-class remote viewers have remote viewed this exploding planet, Tiamat Maldek, that became our asteroid belt. They found that both Tiamat and Mars were inhabited by humans at that time, but the entire experiment was completely destroyed, also referred to in Greek mythology as the War of the Titans. It was at that time our solar system was hijacked by whom we call the Anunnaki, patriarchs. Enki/Lucifer was also present in this war and a part of the Anunnaki clan, as told in the Sumerian texts. This was the beginning of the patriarchy, which is still very dominant on our planet. Enki and Lucifer are evidently one and the same. Wouldn't that make Lucifer/Enki and his son, Marduk, hijackers of the human experiment, together with the rest of the Anunnaki? Much of this, including Lucifer's rebellion, is also told in the Urantia book, paper 35, and some of it in the Vedic texts. If the current way of having humans evolve was decided by the Council, why did it have to start with a devastating war that terminated all life? According to the ancient texts, Enki/Lucifer then recreated the experiment to his liking, diminishing our perception so we now can only perceive the universe around us with 5 senses. Lucifer is the light bringer, but he restricted our perceptions of perceiving light so we can only perceive a tiny piece of the electromagnetic spectrum. The rest is considered by scientists being dark matter and energy. Yes, it's dark because our bodies are made not to perceive it. With technology, however, we can bring forth other parts of the spectrum, such as infrared and ultraviolet, and now the universe is far from dark. I will say this. The position of the Council, officially, is the current concordant regarding Yahweh and Venus is unrelated to any previous conflicts between any members of the solar system. Personally, I am and always have been suspicious of Venus and its intentions regarding our situation here. However, I cannot deny that their efforts have been particularly effective, as we are now positioning to plead our case that their efforts are no longer needed, which was the primary endgame of our agreement to begin with. Individuations of Yahweh are also beneficiaries of fundamental law. As such, they may choose to incarnate elsewhere than Earth. Yes, it's dark because our bodies are made not to perceive it. This does not mean we are unable to perceive it, but you have mentioned some of the methods through which we are able to do so. Other star beings out there can both perceive wider spectrums and travel with thoughts. It's not that we can't, but we have been manipulated into thinking we can't, and being born with amnesia doesn't make it easier to remember. This is precisely accurate and able to be circumvented. Gratitude to you. Is it the subconscious that gets in the way? My tendency is to sometimes automatically make these communications have a negative spin, so to speak. They do not feel that way, but that is what I do. No one teaches this stuff. I have had to learn it all on my own. Why is it I keep being denied acceptance to organizations such as yours? Because I am a woman? I do not need that. Is that what you are saying? I can do it? Self-actualize? Thank you so very much for the warmth, love, and acceptance you are sending me. It is rather your conscious mind that has learned to perceive things as you do. The roots of this tendency may now reside in your subconscious, but that is for you to determine and unpack. Individuals are inducted into my organization either during their youth by their parents or as assets, not members, once they have established themselves as influential in their respective field or community. I only have 2 colleagues that I know of that have been inducted as acting members despite not having direct family lineage within the organization. If this is an endeavor in which you wish to actively contribute, then will it so. You now have the required conditions for doing so. Ultimately, you do not need it. It may be the case that your sole calling is to contribute with love in your own way, unbound and unrestrained by the bureaucracy, rules, and traditions that so frequently and frustratingly tie my hands. You can self-actualize, just as everyone can, and if you do, I assure you your ability to contribute in the manner you wish will consist of much more creative agency and freedom than mine does. You are very welcome. So rarely, but thankfully increasingly less so, no doubt to actions of individuals like yourself, do I encounter one such as you. Thank you for your part in this experience. Who do you work for? I have expanded on this previously in this thread. I can direct you to where, if you like, and I can also expand somewhat further. I have raged at that council, particularly with the being that I perceive as being feminine nature, dressed in red. Why are they in a position of power? They are the most spiritually evolved group souls present in our galaxy. Though the mechanisms through which they act and the chain of events their decisions lead to are almost always unintuitive to us, much less understandable, I personally have never seen them being wrong in the end. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. The basis for your statements is duality. In terms of magnetics, polarity is everything to the pathway back to the all. Correct? This is correct. Duality is not fundamental to the creator, necessarily, but is to experience and being. However, you are forgetting neutral position, i.e. zero, the name given to me on the other side of the veil, as close in meaning as ye can get here. The neutral position is experienced as an end result of prolonged, complete reunification with the creator. In other words, prolonged exposure to the complete harmonization of every polarity simultaneously. As this leads to boredom, so does it too to creation, or active participation, and thus physical reality, and individuated being, creativity, and exploration. Yes, we live in a world of duality. However, we are not of this world and not bound by this world or anything in it. Nor are we bound by duality that includes polarity. For I am a natural zero, and as you know, I have negative on one side and positive on the other. This is correct. However, many find it much more enticing and engaging to play along with a game, or sing along with a song, or dance along to the music, if you catch my meaning. You have stated that love is a negative. However, love itself is a singularity. Love is not an ultimate negative. It is one of the fundamental aspects both to the creator and creation, as well as one of the primary fundamental laws. However, to orthodoxically progress through this density of experience, we must integrate or harmonize love with wisdom, light. This process is what assigns love to a given end of a polarity. As we mentioned earlier, the ends of a polarity do not represent good and bad. They represent the orthodox pathways to and from experiential and utter reunification with the Creator. The eighth and final, to my knowledge, density of experience. God or Satan? There is no reason to expand, just which one. We both know there is no reason to expand, so don't waste our time, yours nor mine. Some call it God. We call him the Creator. Both this concept and the individuated being, the word Satan is used to refer to our aspects of the Creator, or the All. I give you permission to see. I was told I came in as an angel 12-2, but not sure who that is exactly yet. I was told I came in as carrion to this universe, if that helps. What kind of catalyst? Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, his good, pleasing, and perfect will. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. The catalyst I would like for ease of transcribing is something personal to you, like a trinket or a photograph. I understand the nature of this request, and if you wish to proceed, we can do so privately. I apologize for missing your question. There are many here. Hello, I have a few questions. Although I do not subscribe to your diatribe entirely, I have experienced several near-death experiences, and you could say I'm just touched by the divine. Number 1, why are you a seemingly without emotion? All of your answers are completely intellectual and lack any feeling. Are feelings bad for us? This intellectualizing is not my preferred state. However, the nature of my task here requires much intellectual effort, so as to remain in careful accordance with fundamental law, while also navigating the answering of these questions. My feelings for all of you here are of love, amusement, humility, gratitude, and surprise. Number 2. Who is the unknown one who has many references around this forum for years? AKA the anomaly, the end body, patient zero, and what is his role here? I do not know. I have only been here for 2 days. I would have to encounter this personally to give my opinion. Number 3. Do you know me and my reputation? I am very, very good at reading people and very intuitive. I do not. Your presence feels vaguely familiar. Number 4. Are you saying that there has to be evil to know good? Zoroaster is the point of entry in written word of the concepts of good and evil. Before him, there is no record of it existing as a concept, except he clearly states 200,000 years ago that it was big good and little evil. There is no necessity for evil to exist for there to be good. There is, however, a necessary separation of good and evil that occurs at the inception of time, and therefore the manifestation of evil is a necessary component to individuated being and incarnation within creation. Hi, from an original creator's point of view. I used to say, all I see is part of me, all that is, I am. This is precisely intuitive and accurate. For years now, the topic of a specific being that has some kind of power has been obsessed about on this forum. In late 2010 and 2011, that came to be. I no longer frequent those threads because I have intuited that the being they are calling for / imagining is in fact themselves. I believe this happened during those years in particular because of the upgrades / downloads we, as humans, were receiving from the universe. Unfortunately, much of what I see in those particular threads has been a lot of ego and positioning. Can you elucidate regarding the upgrades? Adenum, did a cosmic cloud move through the Earth at that time? I cannot truthfully comment on this individual and surrounding events until I have personal experience with the matter. Regarding the upgrades that humanity experienced upon graduation to a 4th density positive Earth, all creative endeavors are now functionally easier to engage in. Music, acting, communion with the creator, astral exploration, intuition, etc. More specifically, we will soon see a shift in values from the material to the immaterial. This is a result of these changes. Gradually, our leisure time will increase, as will our ability to focus on our talents and callings and actualize them in such a manner that benefits both ourselves and everyone around us. This part is key. Humans will also get taller more quickly than they have in what is contemporaneously considered recorded history. Regarding the cosmic cloud, this is a functional depiction of what began to occur at the onset of the current mass density transition. I came here to help bring the lost dark souls of Source Unity back to Mother/Father Source. Will you help me do this? Do you know the best way to heal their hearts? Little Miss's answer is very similar to the one I was about to provide. By adhering to and actualizing your soul calling, you exemplify a widely desired, intended, and preferred way of being to many. This is the most profound and efficient way to effect the sort of change you seek. The nature of this change will depend on what you manifest. We have relationships on every level with everything. How we connect with the world makes changes in how the world connects with us. The changes we see in the world should be seen in ourselves first. All I see is part of me, all that is, I am. This is astute wisdom. Karma vibrates at a rate of an estimated 10 million times a second. It is a set frequency and a law of creation. However, grace is a higher law in functionality, and grace vibrates at an estimated 40 million times per second. It is a set frequency and a law of love, and love is greater than karma. Grace supersedes and nullifies karmic debt. It is not something that can be earned, purchased, bartered with. It simply must be accepted. And all this talk about karma this and karma that, all the while ignoring the grace operates as well within this plane of material reality, and that grace supersedes all karmic law and those entities that govern it. And you do a disservice to yourself and us by failing to mention grace, not one single time. And that is the entirety of the message of Christ. Grace was granted. Before it, there was only the concept of mercy. However, grace is far superior. I may only discuss that which is asked. Doing otherwise would violate the free will and sovereignty of those who read this thread, more so than an exercise like this one naturally does. I do not intend to do battle with you or anyone else here. I am only here to share. I do, however, find your purpose and action to be noble, just, and sincere. If it were my position to do so, I would encourage it. To remember to forget to remember is what I do best. But is this wise, or... These are questions for the creator within. There will you find what you seek. Will Bitcoin replace the current financial system, or is it just digital gold? Is Ethereum and Ripple really the bad guy cryptocurrencies that are evil? Is Ripple going to overtake Bitcoin? What will the main cryptocurrency be? I know cryptocurrency is the future and will replace the horrible corrupt dollar fiat system soon, as Uranus enters Taurus next year. Cryptocurrency or digital currency will eventually replace modern currency as the primary means of transaction, as you suggest. Consider its current versions test runs, if you will. I am a star seed from 7th dimension, 7th galaxy, and a son of Ra. My first time incarnating here. Do I have to reincarnate here if I screw up here? No. You may do as you will in and out of incarnation. If you wish to be elsewhere, you may as you will. But remember, you agreed to this incarnation and it's calling for a reason. Thanks. Was hoping you could tell me which cryptocurrency will be the top one. The whole point of crypto is so that it isn't centralized like the Fed printing dollars out of thin air, raping our savings with inflation and invisible tax. Please tell me Ripple's a scam. Ethereum is a scam too. Will Bitcoin win? It is our only hope, I feel. Not some government-controlled Fed coin corporate coin they create later. They can't be test runs. They must win for us to ascend. None of the current iterations of cryptocurrency will become a primary future world currency. I know you guys spray chemtrails, and I can simply prove it because you guys always spray in front of the sun. never on the other side of the sky. That is proof you guys are spraying chemtrails. Why have you not stopped since we are in the new Earth? Why is Trump not stopping this? Trump seems like he just isn't woke 100%, only partially. Stop the fluoride, stop the GMOs and chemtrails, please. Please stop the stressful drone jobs that are so very unnecessary and stress us and make us eat horrible and engage in sinful ways. I do my best to be virtuous, but the stress makes me imperfect and can be avoided. Please stop what the fake news Nazi propaganda globalists are doing. They are hurting us. The truth must come out. This is murderous crimes they are committing. Release the truth about pedogate, Obama and Hillary child trafficking rings. The truth must be revealed. I am so tired of them getting away with this and the sheeple going along with their plans. You said we were ascended. My organization is responsible for none of the things you mention here. We seek what you seek, but these things take time and consideration. Thank you. How will we know when the main cryptocurrency of the future comes into being? Will everyday people be able to buy it? I can't imagine another government controlling private corporate currency. I thought we were ascending past this kind of control of the people. Thank you for answering. Sorry for all the questions. Hurts to be here. Hope you are well. Much love. Everyday people will be able to buy with it. In other words, it will replace the US dollar as the primary world currency. As to who will control it, that is yet to be determined. I see. Thanks for caring. Without a care, we would not even dare. You are very welcome. It is difficult to convey emotion while still performing my duty here effectively. But I assure you I care deeply and immensely for all of you here. Sorry, I thought you were from the Illuminati group like Hidden Hand. Hidden Hand was a member of my organization's Counterpart. We are different organizations with different goals, duties, and purposes. What does seeing number synchronicities every day mean? 777, 444, 666? DNA activations? Creators speaking to us? Do only starseeds see them? Wake-up calls? Alarm clocks? Number-related synchronicities are the attempts of non-physical beings to communicate to you that a recent thought or emotion is important to your soul calling. Everyone sees them. The frequency and meaning differs. Is Thomas Campbell, the author of My Big Toe theories, close to the truth? That we are living in some kind of a virtual reality? Tom is on the right path. How does one know if they're a starseed then? We do exist and have incarnated here, right? To help humanity? Yes, individuations of advanced beings periodically incarnate on Earth and elsewhere. Commune with the Creator within to uncover more about your nature and specific reasons for being here. What can you say about the anomaly? Everyone has something to say about the topic. What say you? I will look into this later today and give my piece. For now, there are many questions I have yet to get to and would address those first. Who is we in the above statement? You got a frog in your pocket, mister? Or is that a subconscious leak, a tell, if you will, that there are multiple users accessing and posting from this single account? Because it's your claim that it is only you who were selected to communicate and share here on this medium. As the title reads, I, not we, am here to answer your questions. I'm sure that these types of errors will go unnoticed by most people viewing and participating on this thread. As I observe your posts, this is not the only error, slip, or subconscious leak I have noticed. Simple mistakes that a higher density being here to aid in humanity's soul development should not be making. Especially one that can alter themselves physically at will, lays claim to knowledge that is hidden and is aligned with and equal to ruling elite bloodlines. I use we so those who read this in the future, after I have left, will understand this is a dialogue, a conversation, a collaborative effort. I am not here just to spout at the forum, but rather to discuss and explore with each of you as you may request we do so. As for the rest of your comment, we have discussed much of its content at length in other points in the thread. I can point you to where, if you like, or expand further. Are you aware of 7th Galaxy, core galaxy of the Great Central Sun, which goes under the name of Ra-Ha-Ra-Or? Were Elysium and Lyra the first civilizations of this planet? I have specific and personal knowledge and experience with only the group souls and their individuations of the solar system. The rest comes from our records. I am unaware of the name you speak. If you refer to the group soul Ra of the 6th density, they are of this galactic locale. Elysium and Lyra were not the first civilizations of this planet. I eat a very clean whole foods, mostly vegan, alkaline diet, and juice every day. I minimize stress. I still have eczema on my face since 2010 out of nowhere. Is this from density change? What can I do to fix it? There may be a number of causes for your eczema. I am less able than a doctor to tell you what they might be. When I was a kid, I ran away from home. I then saw random people in suits, like Men in Black, walking around that I had never seen before, walking past me, smiling, watching me. Who were they? Will aliens ever appear soon? Disclosure? I do not know who those men were. Aliens will not in the near future appear in the manner we traditionally envision them doing so. Neither will disclosure. Regarding people with more melanated skin, does that mean their body temples are more inclined to receive DNA activations from the solar light of God? Are the immigrant migrations that the EU, United Nations, globalists imposing on us part of a plan to eradicate white people because white skin can't handle the new energies of this higher density? No and no. These are and always have been ridiculous ideas. Melanin in itself is nothing more than a byproduct of an individual organism's evolutionary nuance and ancestral history. However, different soul archetypes prefer some tones over others. Globalists detest white nationalism for other reasons. Where is Enki? What group of beings rule this earth? The answer to your first question depends on who you mean by Enki. As to your second, we have expanded on this at length previously in the thread. I can point you to where, if you like, or we can discuss it further. Sorry in advance for all my questions in one post. Number 1. You said recently our counterbalance informed us the karmic cost of the last diffusion was greater than anticipated. Can you elaborate, please? By last diffusion, do you mean the correspondence with Hidden Hand 10 years ago? Why was the karmic cost greater? Every so often, a window of sorts will open and allow an ease of this kind of communication. This includes a presence of those who wish to engage in this sort of dialogue, a lesser karmic consequence for doing so, and a necessity of doing so if diffusion happens during a density transition. My counterpart did not adhere to fundamental law as well as they should have during the last iteration of this exercise, and as such incurred significant karmic consequences. These are all still playing out. The last diffusion with any relation to my organization or its counterpart was the specific responsibility of Hidden Hand. However, that was not the only instance of this sort of exercise in the last 10 years. Number 2, you said pain and suffering is an illusion, but we all feel it, and to those who feel it, saying it is an illusion does not make it better. Being specific about how to heal, which modalities actually work, etc. would be nice to know. I have tried to communicate with my higher self, guides, but nothing. I even cancelled my contract. Does that work, or is supposed to work? Number 3. Am I blocked for a reason? I give you permission to tell me anything about myself if you can. How many reincarnations have I had? I just want to know who I really am. Number 11. How can we communicate with loved ones if they are reincarnating to live another life experience? Number 12. Do we have to be able to meditate to the level of a guru to come to know and experience the creator within? Number 13. How does one peek beyond the veil? Please be specific. Can everyday people do this? We have touched on these at various points in the thread. I can point you to where, if you like. We can also go into further detail if you like as well. Number 4. More on time travel, please. If not like popularly believed, then tell us how it is. Both group and individuated souls can project their conscious states of awareness to various points in space/time. The tricky part is ensuring that you do so within your respective timeline. More practice grouped and individuated souls can even manifest themselves in these projections temporarily. Number 5. Are we living in an inverted state? Are we living inside the Earth instead of on the Earth? No, we are on the Earth. Number 6. I have never done drugs, but it seems you sort of recommend dimethyltryptamine. Is it safe? How do you recommend it be taken? Dimethyltryptamine is safe only and it will not harm you physically beyond temporary feelings of discomfort. What it exposes you to may deeply psychologically and emotionally impact you. The most common methods of ingestion are ayahuasca tea and smoking fine crystalline powder. Number 7. You said Earth has many forms. What is ours? I'd like to hear the answer from you. Can you perhaps clarify this question? Number 8. Does space exist, and if so, what is really outside of the illusion? Is it water, or is water somehow involved? Space travel is not possible because of the Allen belt, or frequency limitations. So that would mean a ton of lies, but a ton of regular everyday people. Space exists insofar it is an aspect of creation. Creation itself is an illusion, a dream. There is nothing beyond it. Can you clarify your question regarding water? Physical space travel is not possible for organic life forms at this time beyond a certain distance. The Van Allen radiation belt is one of them. Number 9. What is Gematria from your perspective, and are the messages from your counterpart, or... Gematria, like Western numerology, is a loose and incomplete method of self-exploration. The messages are not just from my counterpart, though. They had a hand in its inception. Number 10. We can learn to change our physical attributes? I would love to know more on how we do this. Who can teach us? This is possible only once an individuated soul has come to realize and experience the creator within. There are many pathways to doing so. You can best teach yourself. Number 14. Are crystals beneficial, and if so, which ones do you recommend the most? Crystals interact with your personal toroidal field in interesting and sometimes catalytic ways. I recommend intense meditation with amber if you feel creatively stunted, amethyst if you wish to commune with divine intelligence, pyrite if you seek insights to your current personal conflicts, and quartz if you do not know what you seek. Please ask us if you would like us to discuss your questions further. How can you know that the creator is fragmented? How can you know reincarnation is real and we are not part of a program that simply repurposes us, or simply put moves us through game-like levels with simple guide scripts that have limited options, i.e. the light at the end of the tunnel saving us from dark end chaos? The creator is not fragmented. Fragmentation is a necessary metaphor to describe individuality. Reincarnations is real, as individuated souls cannot be destroyed, only change form. As to what you may experience in being itself, it is ultimately your choice. This all seems like you read the Gnostic scriptures in a Luciferian way, and trying to get us to dance out of personal responsibility for our fate. We need to break the time wheel, but even that seems like a game? If anything, my only wish is that you do take personal responsibility for your fate. You are not all knowledgeable based on the same factors of the meat suit that we are all in. Is this correct? This is more or less correct. However, the limitations of physical incarnation are not ultimate. They may be circumnavigated. The mud flood theory. Is it real? No. Antarctica, what almost gave Admiral Byrd a heart attack? Why is it so secretive? He directly experienced the interdimensional bleeding we discussed earlier in this thread. I can point you to where if you like. How do you think the general public would react if they discovered their version of Earth was one of almost infinite? Is there a firmament? If we were to dig down through all the Earth, what would we find? Of sorts, it is not classically physical. How do you accumulate knowledge? We have touched on this earlier in the thread. I can point you to where, if you like. Is time travel possible? Yes, though not in how we traditionally think it is. I believe we touched on this earlier on this page. Who is Operator 17? What is the anomaly? I do not yet know. _0_ asked me to look into it, and I have not yet done so. If I were to tell you your mission is futile, how would you defend yourself? I would not. The outcome of our assignment contains many, many more variables than your opinion of it. That said, if you would like to understand it, we have expanded upon it at length through the course of this thread. What are stars? Do they bear witness to us? Stars are group souls of at least the 6th density of experience. Occasionally, they will observe the experiences of others. Who is QAnon? Who is anonymous? What are aliens, specifically the gray ones? We have touched on Q earlier in this thread. I can point you to where, if you like. Anonymous has many forms and aspects. Some anonymous hackers do indeed collectivize and endeavor together at times. Other times, the name is co-opted by dishonest organizations. Most incidents involving gray aliens are in truth your government acting in secrecy. Do you believe in magic? I believe in something you could refer to as magic. I believe and use what the term magic has in some cases been used to refer to. Is Satan real? Is Michael the Archangel real? They are real in the sense that these are terms used to refer to different individuated aspects or souls of the Creator/the All. Give up the darkness, what is the outcome? Give up the light, what is the outcome? Eventually, loss, confusion, and boredom. What are animals compared to us spiritually? Most non-insect animals on Earth are of the 2nd densities of experience. If I transcended to 4D Earth, so to speak, why is everyone I know here? Who got left behind? Are they not changed in some way? Each individuated soul has aspects and imprints on all densities of experiences. Where its primary conscious focus and interaction may be, however, is a different story. When will the next harvest happen, so to speak? The next great harvest will begin in just under 26,000 years. The next minor harvest of note will begin in around 14 years. You said that artistry and expression would become the prime drivers of social status in the future. What particular economic or political or technological factors would allow for that? Is the future economy based upon some sort of system of permanent abundance or now unknown technology? Automation, a widespread shift in cultural and personal values, and population decline. Per your second question, essentially, yes. If I imagine something, does it physically exist somewhere in this universe? Yes, in your mind. You can actualize it to a further degree with practice. The darkness behind my forward-facing field of perception is the same as space, right? Same as the darkness when I close my eyes. And both, are they not a link to another place altogether? And if I try just hard enough, can I change my field of perception inward into that darkness? No to the first two questions. Yes, you can conceptualize them as a link to other places. You are also able to consciously explore these places. Is there source code involved with humans besides DNA? Is there a way for me to access the direct command line to affect my avatar? Yes, all individuated souls are aspects of the Creator and their direct creational logos, our planetary logos in our case. As such, all rights and abilities of the Creator are yours if you know where to look for them. As to your second question, we have touched on this earlier in the thread. I can point you to where, if you like, and also go into more detail. I envision the Overlogos as a master computer with subordinates that further subdivide into smaller and smaller units, all networked with Wi-Fi via the Aether and are telepathic and quantum links to the universe. Is this a fair assessment? This is archetypically a fair assessment. I would note that things get linguistically and conceptually complicated here. In tandem with your assessment, all that is also quite literally is the creator itself. Individuation is an illusion. Who are Obama and Trump working for or part of? They both began as earnest individuals endeavoring for change and were both co-opted by the very system they initially set out to alter. This one is related to Jesus. Was he a starseed? Are there generations of new starseeds on this planet right now, brought here for whoever knows what? Yes, and yes. Another forum out there claims that a certain meme frog is actually an XP for an Egyptian god, which represented the primal void where everything comes from. Is that correct or incorrect? Is meme magic real? The frog has been a symbol for the manifestation of certain archetypes for millennia. Meme magic, or collective manifestation, is very real, especially when it has a catalyst, like a symbol. Thank you for this thread and the knowledge therein, Op. It's been quite thought-provoking and stimulating. You are most welcome. Please ask if you would like for me to expand on any of your questions. Hello again. Thank you for your answer regarding the psychedelic substances. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask you something about me. It's just that every time in my life that I have looked for guidance through a psychic, or a reading, etc., weird things have happened. Like the reader looking shocked, pictures flying off the side, one reader even gathered up the cards and walked off looking a bit freaked out. Freaked me out, let me tell ya. I've always wondered why those things occur. Can you shed any light on it? You have my full permission to read me and say anything to me that you wish. Also, if I may ask another question, how does one follow their hearts, their calling, their passions, etc., when this world has us all fighting to pay bills and most of us doing things we don't want to in order to meet financial demands? Thank you so much. You are unaware of your path. Commune with the creator within and you shall rediscover it. If it were my position to advise you, I would say experiment with purely authentic being for a time. Do not moderate your actions any more than is necessary. This will aid you in your return both to the creator within and your soul calling. These are wonderful questions. Thank you. Please explain your username, Eracidini Murev Te. What does it mean and why did you choose it? It means to share in truth. How long will you be able to post here? What are the limits of your mandate and where does it stop? Who decides this? There are no limits set by myself or my higher-ups. We convene twice daily to discuss the progress of this exercise, and eventually one of these meetings will lead to our conclusion here. In October 2008, Hidden Hand made his post on ATH Forum. Now, in December 2018, you started this thread here. Can you explain if this is part of the plan to offer this opportunity every 10 years? Why is that, and what are the expected consequences from this release? To both satisfy the necessity of diffusion and adhere to fundamental law. This dialogue must occur in such a place that those who chance upon it intend to do so. Personally, I have incurred a minor degree of karmic debt in my time here already. I have shared things that were not specifically asked of me. We discussed this in our meeting this morning. As such, I will pay closer attention to the specificity of the questions from here on out. The only intended outcome of our conversation here is that those who seek some relief from their questions may be more able to find it and use it for personal development and spiritual progression if they so choose. Were there similar diffusion in 1998 and 1988? If yes, how were they communicated and where, internet forums/other forums, is there a way to access them? Can you make them available? Do you save this conversation for your own records? It is not a strict 10-year period between diffusions. I can recommend the raw material and a course in miracles. In your opening post, you mentioned that the karmic cost of the 2008 diffusion was greater than anticipated for the Hidden Hand group. What were those costs? Will this not impact you in similar ways? I am happy to see we progressed faster than anticipated. Did the 2008 diffusion contribute to this? I am not aware as to what the karmic cost of their most recent diffusion specifically entailed. These will impact me in a similar ways, though I am not oversharing to the degree my counterpart did 10 years ago. The 2008 diffusion contributed minorly to our acceleration, as will our conversations here. The effect of this exercise is intentionally limited. Are there any other opportunities to communicate with you besides this? Is there a way to contact or access your group outside of your own planned schedule? Basically, can regular people have access to you if they seek it, hence no infringement of the laws? The current window of opportunity closes late January of the coming year. Only our recruited assets can contact our organization directly, and even they do not know entirely who we are or what we do. The average person will almost never come into direct contact with us knowingly. We went out for steaks yesterday and all was perfectly normal. There are ways to catch our attention, however. Spiritually inclined works of art or literature that make their way to the public eye always catch ours too. You mentioned that we are progressing faster than the plan. Can you give us an overview of the expected highlights of our civilization in the next 100 years? Here I mean, how will our civilization look in 2050, 2100? What inventions will emerge, spiritual development, global political setup, and economic system? Will there be any major wars in this transition period? I feel a great deal of pain will have to be experienced to give birth to the new system, like a childbirth. Certainly, the world will come to rely almost entirely on renewable energy and resources. The exceptions to this will be vehicular construction, building construction, surgical equipment and machines, advanced electronics, advanced weaponry, cybernetic implants, and far travel methods and machines, to name a few. Automation will reach a point where we have to choose between increased leisure time and increased profits. The population the world over will decline in such a way the former will be much more feasible than it is now. Spiritually, universal archetypes and truths will become more commonly accepted. People will become less dogmatic in general. The primary means of transaction will complete its transition from physical currency to digital, and dichotomous political systems will gradually dissipate. Comparatively minor wars are likely, but we will not see global conflicts on the scale we have before. You hinted at a collapse of the existing financial system. Can you give us a timeline? Is it true that by 2030 the current financial system will be replaced by a global cryptocurrency system for transactions? Is it wise to invest in current cryptocurrencies and gold to preserve wealth in this transition time, to not lose your labor? The specific timeline is always in flux, it is not static. That said, we will see the completion of the transition from physical to digital currency in the Western world within our lifetime. None of the current iterations of cryptocurrency will be the primary digital currency. Considering that your group is in charge of record keeping and that most of our mainstream history is distorted, can you give us a brief overview of the history of our current civilization? Is it true that there have been several past human civilizations that were more developed technologically and spiritually than us? If yes, why did they all collapse? Is this just another cycle? If yes, where is our civilization in this cycle? Are there any gross omissions made by our historians to hide truth? Any particular examples? Can you clarify your first question? And answer to your second, yes. The precession of cycles is indeed a part of their demise. Our civilization recently experienced the end of a great cycle and has entered a new one. We are, as we speak, experiencing the beginnings of the onset of a golden age. History contains of nothing but gross omissions. For example, modern humans have not only occupied Earth densities of experience. Does our universal God, from our perspective, know why he or she exists, who created him, and why, if that even applies? No. One of the original purposes of creation, being, and experience is to attempt to answer these questions. While I see the value of creation in life, to me it appears that all of it seems pointless, especially when you remove the illusion of time. All that can be already exists, therefore there is nothing new. Is the purpose of each universal cycle to create a new God? Is the ultimate goal perpetual creation? No. Without mediums and mechanisms to distinguish between experiences and knowledge, all experiences that could possibly be had and all that can possibly be known is experienced simultaneously. This eventually is akin to experiencing and knowing nothing at all and becomes quite boring. Creation, individuated incarnation, and the veil of forgetfulness allow us to escape this when and if we so choose. The ultimate goal is to perfect this medium of experience, creation, and individuated being, so as to perfectly fulfill and satisfy the Creator. Is Earth special in any way, or just one of many? I find it atypical that Earth has so many different races, languages, cultures. Is this normal? As the natural trend is towards unity, we're so compartmentalized. Why do we have over 200 nation-states in the world? Earth is special, and the type of concordat which plays the primary role in the direction of earthly affairs is uncommon throughout creation. Our present Earth's timeline is so experientially unlike that of typical incarnation, provides that many have taken an interest. Pertaining to different races, languages, and cultures, this is normal for all densities of experience until the 6th. How can one balance life best, and here I mean between work/family and spiritual pursuits of self-discovery/God? Is it true that 90% of our time is wasted on distractions such as work, media, etc.? Is this done on purpose to keep us away from waking up to our inner self? The most concise answer is to intend to do so and do so. The typical person is massively distracted by worldly affairs and concerns, and justifiably so. It is done intentionally by my counterpart and their affiliates, and is also something to which we all initially consented. Since God communicates with us in every possible way, including via this form here, are there particular ways he chooses to communicate with us similar to your diffusion here? Yes. By limiting the emotional or specifically dogmatic content of my answers, I best allow for their readers to interpret them as they will in their own way. I cannot purely and only give raw information, of course, but I would do so if it were possible. Please allow me to extend my deep gratitude to you and your group for doing this. I may return with more specific questions, but most often I find that the answers are already within us. As soon as a question is asked, the answer already exists, it's just a matter of finding it. Thank you for your time. You are quite welcome. Thank you to you as well. I enjoyed your questions. You seem to have already made astute observations and progress in the discovery of yourself. If it were my position to do so, I would congratulate you and encourage you to move forward on your path. Fourth density graduation requiring harmonization between polarities of wisdom and love. Does that result from knowing when it is appropriate, meaning not in violation of another's free will or overstepping what he or she really wants/needs from you, to help another in further refinement of your understanding of the love they are ready to accept or are in need from you? This is astounding intuition. It would seem if you could open your heart and love everyone/thing without qualification or condition, that you'd be closer to divine than not. But it appears there are limits/balancing needed. If so, please elaborate. This is particularly astute. Love, giving, service, and compassion are all commendable, but not always welcomed by the recipients. Learning to navigate this while also honoring the sovereignty of all is key. I am very impressed by your insights. Why is love positively polarized in 3D and negatively polarized in 4D? Is the understanding of it in 4D reversed in some way from our perceptions in 3D? Is it a true statement that all polarities, fear, love, wisdom, etc., are both positively and negatively polarized, though in a specific density, one must learn and harmonize the single polarity of each required therein to graduate? Love is the positive polarization of third density experience because you must synthesize fear, the negative polarization, with love to understand they are not opposites but of the same thing. This archetypical lesson is present in all densities of experience and ultimately will be what leads back to the creator. The answer to the rest of your question is in this. Please elaborate on the balance of wisdom and understanding necessary to graduate the fifth density. The two seem very close in meaning. One who is wise understands many things. Is understanding negatively polarized because it is not always wise to understand all things? It is wise not to mention politics at family gatherings, but do you know exactly why? This sort of question is what you will be dealing with in the fifth density of experience. Remember, negative and positive polarization only has to do with what must be harmonized, what else in order to return home to the creator orthodoxically. In what manner does compassion in the seventh density exceed our ability to express in words? How is this compassion different than what we define it as presently? Harmonizing understanding with a new form of compassion is necessary to graduate to the seventh density of experience. One aspect of this compassion is understanding that though not all love or service is welcome, sometimes it is needed. This suffering is not entirely against our will. We indirectly agreed to it as part of our initial agreement with the group soul of Venus. However, early on in the process, Yahweh vindictively and jealously banished many of the individuated incarnations of Venus inappropriately and undeservedly to various other densities of Earth. As a karmic consequence to this, the negative polarization across all densities of our present Earth increased. It is an unreasonably complicated situation and will not be sorted out anytime soon. As all violations have been of galactic law and not fundamental law per se, no ultimate action can yet be taken to remedy the situation by anyone other than Yahweh, Venus, and their individuated incarnations. Do you mean the present and past will continue indefinitely? According to Cobra, galactic law allows intervention when its precepts are violated, as has occurred here with the lies, manipulation, slavery, etc. of humanity by negatively polarized Venetian incarnates. And that there's a huge effort to defeat the dark forces to liberate the planet and allow ascension/abundance and disclosure to occur. Your answer seems to deny all of that. What do you mean by no ultimate action can yet be taken to remedy the situation by anyone other than Yahweh, Venus, and their individuated incarnations? No. Right now, my organization and those of a like mind are positioning to plead our case that the efforts of Venus are no longer required and their assignment has been completed. As only galactic law has been violated, not fundamental law, the only individuals who may void, supersede, violate, satisfy, or in any way bring our current concordat to completion are those it specifically concerns. Regarding light body activation and unorthodox graduation of density, do you have any personal knowledge of this process? What information would you recommend that is available on this topic? Please elaborate on the steps one can undertake to activate light body. What expedites this? Is this activation a natural consequence of knowing the creator within? Yes, my last several incarnations all ended in reunification with the creator. Simply put, lose yourself of the desire to continue along the progression through densities of experience, Be grateful for, but decline the advice and offerings of those who would have you continue through them at the end of this incarnation. Deconstruct any specific value you put on system of density progression, and above all, simply intend in your heart and soul to return, and you shall. This process is similarly a component of what is necessary to transition between densities of experience at will during an incarnation. Thank you for your questions. I am very impressed and humbled by the level of observation, intuition, and inquisitiveness present within them. Good morning, Op. Can you give more detailed information in regards to the initial agreement with the Venus group soul? More importantly, why did Yahweh vindictively and jealously banish many of the individuate incarnations of Venus inappropriately and undeservedly to various other densities of Earth? More precisely, where did they get banished to? I feel like their souls are trapped in inanimate objects for some reason, and that thought scares the living hell out of me. I believe we have discussed your first question at length throughout this thread. I can point you to where if you like. If you would still like more information, will you specify the nature of your question? Pertaining to the second, he was jealous. The group soul of Venus frequently impersonates Yahweh and receives more praise and adulation. As to where they were banished, there are a near infinite densities of experience available on Earth. Not all are pleasant. What is the significance of Rh negative blood in humans, specifically type O negative? Specifics are greatly appreciated. Do Rh negative individuals possess extra capabilities in any area of being? Do Rh negative individuals originate from the same areas of the multiverse as most individuals here? How can an Rh negative individual best utilize any capabilities to encourage the betterment of the group soul and themselves? What is the specific role of physical human blood in relation to spiritual human functioning? Thank you. Universal donors typically are not incarnated within any density of experience only for the purpose of harmonizing its polarities. Many are caretakers. If the energizing properties of spirit pertaining to the physical body are akin to its gasoline, then blood would be its oil. However, this metaphor is not entirely correct. Blood is also a primary aspect of spirit. Its quality and flow relate to its respective individuated soul's adherence to its soul purpose. Is the Earth hollow with underground civilizations like Telos at Mount Shasta? Many densities of Earth take different forms than ours. You said Bitcoin is just a test run, but I respectfully disagree. It has the Lindy effect, which is required for a population to shift over to a new currency. You said you didn't see Trump winning. No offense. I do not think you and your counterparts are able to see everything. You said yourself you answer to a higher creator, right? The movie Adjustment Bureau, which is about people like you guys do spill messages into Hollywood movies, I noticed. It's about how even those in the Illuminati, or whatever name you want to give, even they don't know everything that's going to happen. Ultimately, the creator does, and like you said, things change when we use our free will to do so. We do not see everything. You are correct. However, per our duties, we have more intimate ties than most with those who direct earthly affairs. And precisely, if there is one thing I could ask of any who read this would to take it into consideration, it is this. Also on that topic is that Hidden Hand said things like the market would crash and San Francisco and Damascus would be uninhabitable prior to 2012, but that never went through. As we have progressed differently than intended, we did indeed not experience what transition to fourth density negative Earth entailed. So December 21st, 2012 was the harvest, right? The end of 2012 marked the beginning of the Great Harvest, and also our transition to fourth density positive Earth. Also, my intuition has led me to the end of 2020 being a huge turning point for humanity. Are you aware of this time being profoundly significant? 2020 equals 2020 vision for everybody. 2020 does indeed fall within the midpoint of our current lesser cycle. At its completion, there will occur a lesser harvest. Why creator gets bored, and in his boredom nest, manifestation of circle of tail-eating snake describes inevitability of getting endlessly ending up in creator and getting ejected again as new start of individual journey back to creator. As all is a cycle, so too is creation, and the many forms both it and the creator take. What is the role of George Soros in the world at the moment? How much time he has left? Is the world becoming a better place after him? Soros is an asset, not member of my Counterpart and its affiliated organizations. His time is short, and his passing will have only limited effect on the state of affairs. What skills do you have among these? Remote viewing, astral travel, clairvoyance, ability to heal with energies. The same as you. That is to say, if we set our intentions and our endeavors accordingly. Where is Enki? What group of beings rule this earth? Enki is often impersonated by my counterpart, the group Soul of Venus. Physical space travel is not impossible for organic life forms at this time beyond a certain distance. The Van Allen radiation belt is one of them. So this means we never went to the moon in the 60s, 70s, right? It was all just a show? And we're not going to put a man on Mars either, so long as the Van Allen belt is present. What did the United States have to gain geopolitically by having the world think they had physically been to the moon? It's obvious that NASA is not to be trusted. How do we know that the 1972 pic is not a false image of sorts as well? They could have just put a black background behind the globe they created. My point is, it doesn't seem like we've been far enough out in space to be able to take a genuine picture of Earth. Do you know anything about this? Most non-local photographs of the Earth were either taken by machines or doctored digitally. Will free energy devices be released anytime soon? It is possible we will see something like what you suggest within our lifetime. You say Trump is co-opted. I honestly think he just has parts of the old way of thinking in him, but he is disseminating truth about South African white farmers, the fake news media, the riots in France now, the lies of Obama/Hillary, so he is far better than Hillary/Obama, and I wouldn't say he's completely a bad guy. Everyone has a family, everyone has goals, and everyone makes deals. Is Pizzagate real? Did Hillary camps murder Seth Rich? Now that we're in fourth density, will people like Obama and Hillary get arrested, or would that be too much of a shock for the sheeple masses? Will truthers/conspiracy facultists ever be justified and get the recognition they deserve? Will the creator really let the sheeple get away with thinking Obama/Hillary aren't mass murderers/child traffickers? There does exist an international phenomena of child abuse and ritual sacrifice. Individuals inclined to either have natural predilections or tendencies in this direction and are thus blackmailed into cooperation, or are individuations of my counterpart. Seth Rich was murdered to maintain the status quo. Arrests will most likely not be public affairs. This is still yet to be decided. Remember, as all of creation is an illusion, so too are the experiences within it, including suffering. The antidote to this revelation is love, which in turn allows you to value and be compassionate towards those who have experienced such, and work to absolve it as you will. Sorry in advance for all my questions in one post. You said recently our counterbalance informed us the karmic cost of the last diffusion was greater than anticipated. Can you elaborate, please? By last diffusion, do you mean the correspondence with Hidden Hand 10 years ago? Why was the karmic cost greater? Oh, and can you point to the other instances? Were they also dialogues on the internet? Thanks. Other than the three we have discussed, I am not aware of any other diffusions related to either our organization or its counterpart. Legitimate exercises are uncommon. I read all of the dialogue before posting my questions. My questions were posed to get more details, so please to go further into them. Some were not even asked specifically as above. Thanks, I do appreciate your efforts here. My apologies for being curt. I must be cautious in the level of detail I provide in my answers. You said pain and suffering is an illusion, but we all feel it, and to those who feel it, saying it is an illusion does not make it better. Being specific about how to heal, which modalities actually work, etc. would be nice to know. I have tried to communicate with my higher self, guides, but nothing. I even canceled my contract. Does that work or supposed to work? Yes, this is precisely how it works. However, it is a continual effort, not something that happens at a singular point in time. As you now are no longer obligated to adhere to your contract, you must actively intend and act in accordance of your own, else the terms of the contract will still manifest. Am I blocked for a reason? I give you permission to tell me anything about myself if you can. How many reincarnations have I had? I just want to know who I really am. You are blocked despite canceling your contract, as you still wear the veil of forgetfulness. All of us do, though it may be circumvented. Commune with the Creator within and design a new calling. Remember as you work to manifest this new calling that the Creator is you, and you are likewise a beneficiary of all that entails. How can we communicate with loved ones if they are reincarnating to live another life experience? Intend to do so and meditate deeply. Ask, if you will, for conversation. The most common medium of communication takes place in dreams. If you ask the Creator within, you will find as you seek. Do we have to be able to meditate to the level of a guru to come to know and experience the Creator within? Not necessarily. Authentic being, fulfilling your soul calling, loving yourself and others wisely, these are all catalysts to do what you seek. How does one peek beyond the veil? Please be specific. Can everyday people do this? The most common catalyst for doing so is the use of psychedelic substances in a carefully constructed setting. If this is not your cup of tea, there are many other ways to do so. If you come to know and experience the Creator within, then the ideological and archetypical structures of physical reality and its worldly distractions will melt away, and you will begin to realize all that you really are. How could the world be real if you have consciously experienced as the Creator does? Your answer to the above was, we have touched on these at various points in the thread. I can point you to where, if you like. We can also go into further detail if you like as well. I read all of this dialogue before posting my questions. My questions were posed to get more details, so please to go further into them. Some were not even asked specifically as above. Thanks, I do appreciate your efforts here. I apologize. I have already overshared to a certain degree, and thus am renewing my caution in my answers. If you would like for me to elaborate further regarding your questions, just ask. I have another question, that of warfare. Of the past 3,400 years, humans have been entirely at peace for 268 of them, or just 8% of recorded history. Is warfare a common trait among the creation? When do individuated souls finally get it and stop fighting? Warfare is indeed common up to the 6th density of experience, where individuated souls coalesce into a group soul. In your predictions of the near future, I notice that you don't mention AI in the singularity. When we look around, it is obvious that such an agenda is about to be implemented. Ray Kurzweil and others in Silicon Valley and elsewhere put it right into our faces by explaining what all that will entail. The way things are progressing, it's easy to see that we are heading in that direction. Functional AI will be one of the catalysts for an upcoming choice. Leisure time or profits. I would have the utmost caution in integrating with any cybernetic implant. True AI will manifest near our graduation to the 6th density of experience. Is there a reason why you are not mentioning the singularity, which is supposed to be fully in place by 2045? IMO, we are right now in the middle of it. It's creeping up on us and few people are noticing to what extent. As I see it, the singularity will be the end of humanity as we know it, and it will lead to full control of the human mind. The singularity has indeed already begun. How much time does the average Westerner spend in front of a computer? How many carry smartphones? How many cars have limited AI? As to the results of the singularity, that is yet to be determined. It is up to all of us. Thank you so much for all of this knowledge being dispersed. I'm having to go back and make notes as I speed read through to keep up. I am very slow. I pray for great blessings upon you and yours for all of your efforts here. You are most welcome, and thank you, you brought me a smile. I created an account here a few days ago to simply participate in this dialogue with you. Your dialogue has literally cleared up several fear issues for me, bringing me back to the realization that all is an illusion, and no matter how much the physical aspects of this incarnation anger me or sadden me, it is all simply an illusion. Though an illusion, it is a massive emotional toll on my heart and others on my path. I'm happy to hear you have been able to use this dialogue in positive ways. Though life as we know it is indeed an illusion, remember that it is malleable, and you may define your own path in accordance with the Creator. You indicate you have access to our individual higher selves, our current incarnation and future/past. You have my permission to access such on my behalf. Please. I thought I was fulfilling my purpose here by pushing others farther than I could go myself, thus helping with the tipping point, climbing up the silver cord to meet me. What is my purpose here in this present incarnation? Up until 10 days ago, I thought I knew my purpose. My entire life has been a series of universal coincidences. I thought I knew what was next. It is all shattered around me, at least my own perceptions. You cannot truly push others farther than you, yourself, can go. The example you set in your own manifestation of being may indeed serve as a catalyst for others, but pushing them simply is not possible as it would violate their sovereignty. Trust your gut and the Creator within. The specific nature of your calling will be revealed to you if you so seek. I do not want to treat you like a fortune teller or be like a child begging for answers to the big test, but I read your advice for Braden Anderson, who has some interesting posts on this forum as well, and if you have access to such knowledge, I would like to know who/what I was before this. I came with many bizarre birthmarks into this one: stars, scorpions, extra sets of nipples, extra teeth, bones, toes. What do I personally have to do with the plan, if anything? How do I know what to do next on this path? This is my 50-second spin around the sun this incarnation, and after your recent revelations and realizations over the last 10 sunrises, I am seriously lost as to what to do next. Before you were anything or anyone, you were the Creator. You still are, but you have incarnated as an individuated aspect of Him, and have accepted the veil of forgetfulness, so you may experience incarnation and being most fully and engagingly. Your role within the all is up to you. Commune with the Creator within, and either ask for a task or design a new one in His accordance. Oh, and please expand on this catalyst you spoke of. Will you specify this question? We have discussed many catalysts. Thank you. You said we indirectly agreed to the contract with the Venus Group Soul. That doesn't mean directly, so were we manipulated into agreeing to the contract not knowing its full consequences? Our planetary logos agreed to the current concordant with the Group Soul of Venus, as we are all individuations of our most direct creative logos, as we are, too, of the Creator. We agreed to the contract. However, our specific individuated incarnations did not necessarily, if you catch my meaning. Is it possible then that if you don't adhere to the tenets of faith, worship, obedience mainly, that Yahweh can actually be like a god, punish you, and put you in hell, so to speak, if he so chooses? This is not exactly the case, as you are an individuation of Yahweh, and both ultimately and fundamentally, the Creator, your path is only up to you. That said, if Yahweh were to somehow punish you, banish you, or in any way devise your experience, that means it is you either doing so or consenting so on some level of your being. Earlier in your post you mentioned something like boundaries in place around creation, specifically the Van Allen belts. So you believe man didn't land on the moon? We touched on this on page 18. I can elaborate further if you like, but not much so. Op, isn't it amazing how easily you play people and how easily they are duped? Have you started your cult yet, or has this maybe persuaded you to try to do so? As I have mentioned several times throughout the thread, I wish for those reading only to consider that which most resonates with them in this exercise. I ask not to be believed, only humored, so that this exercise may be completed in full and in adherence with fundamental law. I have not, nor do I intend ever to, start a cult. Is Jesus the only way to heaven as Christianity teaches? What is the true religion? Is there only one God? Christ was a near perfect example of adherence to the Creator within all and fundamental law. There were and are many individuations or individuals of Christ consciousness, if you will. Each religion contains elements of truth. We can have a deeper conversation regarding this if you like. Yes, ultimately there is only one, the Creator. Interesting. Not sure if I understand completely, but thank you for the answer. Sometimes we see certain famous people that existed 50 to 60 years ago, or more, and they look the same as they do today. In these cases, is it really the same person? Yes, physical wealth can help maintain physical health. Likewise, many successful people, even if only subconsciously, know and experience themselves as the creator. This can affect your physical being too. Well, you said the Earth has many forms. I was hoping you could elaborate on that. Is our Earth flat with a half dome over it, a spaceship, round as most think, or some other form, and if the latter, what form is it? Earth in our present density of experience is perfectly globular as contemporary Western science suggests. However, this is not the case across all densities of experience, and interdimensional bleeding does occur. So all those everyday people working for space-related companies and industries are in on this lie? Regarding the water question, I have seen recently some references that space is water, or when people pass they see water around them. I wanted to know the truth about this. Physical beings cannot travel through space beyond a certain distance, as we touched on before. That said, why do you think it has been so long since a manned mission to the moon? Much of what comprises space functions akin to a fluid. Do you know who else had a hand in it? Not entirely. Many conscious individuated souls can also act of their own accord. Thank you for this. Yes, I could ask a ton more around this, but my biggest concern is mainly what we can use to protect against EMF and radiation, etc. Is Shungite a good one? This brings about a different question. It seems everything is becoming more and more technical/AI. Are we in danger of becoming the singularity world people are talking about, which is turning humans into AI beings via implants of chips, etc.? Some already have implants. What can these people do to get rid of them? And how can we escape such a future? There are no sizably handheld crystals that protect against either EMF or radiation. They can be used to build such a functional structure, however. We have touched on AI and the singularity in one of the posts right above this one. We can discuss further if you like. Not trying to offend you, just respectfully disagreeing. I appreciate your answers even if I don't find them 100% truthful, personally. This is all I ask. Thank you. In a way, what is doing is going against what the creator wants, I feel in some ways, because the creator doesn't want other people to be the authorities on knowledge. The creator wants you to find out the truth for yourself, and the only truth is a self-realized truth. Perhaps is merely acting as a catalyst of possible disappointment to compel people to only look within. This is a good first step. I would like to further address karma and intention. Is ignorance, i.e. advice, though the intention is honest and from a good place, ever an excuse? How rigid is karma/consequence? Karma is not entirely rigid. Keep in mind that what you do in this world is returned to you. Ignorance will mitigate the karmic consequences of your actions and manifestations, but will not absolve you of them. Forgiveness to yourself, someone else, and the all can absolve karmic debt without it needing to be paid off. Dear Op, which is a higher path? Celibacy or Tantra? Neither is a higher path. Chastity is a virtue and lust is a sin, so I find it contradictory that New Age people peddle Tantra. Sex to me is draining no matter what special Tantra techniques and doesn't allow the Kundalini to spiral up to enlighten the brain. Sex can energize both participants if both are engaging in the act out of sincere love for one another. Sex/meat equals red chakra, and we are rising above this, right? In a way, yes. Do you know who delivered the Urantia book? Many people have wondered. This book is the result of a channeling experience. As with all such channelings, it can be useful, though not entirely truthful. Thank you for waiting. A development in an investigation we have been monitoring was unexpectedly made public. I will return to answering questions here. As some have noticed, I answer questions in the order they are asked. I am nearly through page 18 and will catch up shortly. Hi, Op. I have a group of questions for you. Who were the beings who developed the first advanced civilizations in this planet? As far as I know, they were not human and supposedly interacted with ancient inhabitants of Mars. The individuals who comprised the first advanced civilizations on this planet, technologically or otherwise, were human. Those responsible for the development of said civilizations were not entirely so. Who were the ancient inhabitants of Mars? Why did engage in a global nuclear war that ended their civilization? There are many who have inhabited Mars. It was not a typical global nuclear war that finally ended its physical civilizations. Rather, it was misuse of advanced technology and spiritual techniques that devastated its physical form. Many survivors of this incident fled to Earth. Who was Belial? As far as I know, he was a general of the ancient civilization known as Atlantis, Animesh, that corrupted the society of that era. The destruction of Atlantis was one of the symptoms of a harvest. Its final destruction was indeed in part carried out by his offspring. Is it true that sex can be used as a tool for spiritual enlightenment and advancement? Yes, sex can be energizing spiritually. Why the ancient inhabitants of Maldek destroyed themselves in a war? I am not permitted to comment. In what areas of Venezuela specifically I could find evidence of ancient human and non-human civilizations and structures? None pertaining to the sort of civilizations we are discussing. Dear Op, thank you for your answers and kind words. It is no coincidence you say those words. Thank you. To follow up on some of my previous questions, is there a particular reason why you chose GLP to post? To date, I did not find a similar place on the internet. Is this also your assessment and reason why you chose this place? Do you post anywhere else? Yes, it must be that those who participate in and later encounter this dialogue intend to do so. This website is an appropriate medium. How old is the group you represent? How long does your uninterrupted lineage go? Are the same souls incarnating in your group across millennia with the same mission? My organization is older than that what is contemporarily considered recorded history. My personal familial lineage and its association with our organization is traceable to nearly 300 generations. The same individuated souls do often reincarnate within our organization. Occasionally, they take assignments elsewhere. Others are brought in their stead when needed. Is there a reason why in the last 100 years we evolved technologically at an exponential rate? Why? Yes, as the material age reaches a certain point, material technologies evolve at an exponential rate. There's a point in this exponential evolution where the progenitors of said technologies either use them for self-destruction or ascension to a new age, both of which are densities of experience. This process has been repeated several times on our current timeline. As others have asked, you mentioned the Van Allen radiation belt as a limit. Are you suggesting we never landed on the moon? Are we denied space exploration for now? We are indeed denied physical exploration of space in our current density of experience. Can you explain why World War I and II took place? What was the spiritual meaning of their existence? Were they necessary? Conflict is an integral component of the experiences and lessons necessary to eventually graduate to the sixth density of experience, wherein individuated souls coalesce into a group soul. It is common in all lower densities of experience. World War II was somewhat unique in that the people of the world were ready for neither widespread, instantiated nationalism nor collectivism. States who endeavored after either therefore naturally collapsed. Can you explain what happens from a spiritual, energetic point of view when a nuclear explosion happens on Earth? How does that impact reality/other worlds? It seems to attract UFOs, and the Roswell incident happened 2 years after the first nuclear test. This is a good question. Beyond a certain yield, nuclear explosions may only happen along ley lines. There was an individual in Australia, I believe, who discovered this and was able to predict the exact time and place of nuclear detonations before being apprehended by the authorities and having his research removed from the public eye. Use of nuclear weapons can alter the electromagnetic torus field surrounding the Earth and can impact other densities of experience in various ways. In your assessment, what is the best governance and economic system that would allow a sustainable and balanced existence on Earth? In our current density of experience, Western capitalism with minor and limited elements of socialist policies. We will sometime soon come to wield widespread automation. This will present us with certain choices that necessitate a change in social and economic policies if the West is to continue to be the bastion of leisurely living. As soon as the US dollar loses its reserve status in the world, how will you manage the crisis that will result, and who will lead the world? Will the power shift to the East, Russia, China, or will the world create a global parliament of sorts? If you recommended a country to live in now, considering the future, which one would it be? The US dollar will not entirely collapse before the use of digital currency becomes the primary means of transaction. Private banks and similar institutions like the Federal Reserve will either consolidate power or be curtailed by the creation of a global effort to do away with them. I recommend avoiding Western Europe and the Middle East for the foreseeable future. Concerning personal spiritual development, you mentioned you ate a steak recently. Does eating animals' flesh have a negative impact on such development? At the same time, can sex or masturbation impact you negatively in this pursuit? Is this why so many porn sites are free to access? Yes and yes. With regards to eating meat, I do so rarely and enjoy it when I do. Moderation is key. Porn and masturbation, as we engage in it typically, serve only to dilute and diminish the potential for an individual to creatively actualize their intentions. I can elaborate further if you like. Do you recommend any particular meditation techniques? Music and dance are my favorites. If you prefer traditional meditation, I personally like to have gentle yet moving music play in the background while I journey within. Focus on the present and that you are actively, actually, and presently experiencing being. How can one measure his/her spiritual progress? One can sense this, but is there a method you would recommend? Your ability to actualize your intentions within the world, i.e., harmonize with the creator and creation, will increase. The more of your thoughts and feelings you manifest within the world, the closer consciously and experientially you are to the creator within. What are your values or the values of your organization that guide your actions? My organization spends the vast majority of its time and efforts recording the process of spiritual growth on Earth. Should our counterpart venture too far in any direction with their actions and directives, we step in either to counter and maintain the status quo, or, in rare circumstances, actualize a renewed strength in the positive polarity of our given density of experience. Fundamentally, we value the ability and right of each individuated soul to experience individuated being within creation as they see fit, provided they do not inhibit the ability of others to do the same. Ultimately, we seek complete reunification with the Creator. Why do some people get cancer? Is there anything a family member can do about that, or any intervention would interfere with their free will? There is only one of us. The vast suffering and destruction we give to each other has a multitude of negative effects, not all of which are direct or conventionally intelligible. The inverse is true as well. Why do you never use the word specifically God in your answers? What does that mean to you in every sense of the word? My relationship with the Creator is non-dogmatic. In other words, I do not subscribe to the falsities present within any worldly explanation of Him and His creation. Okay, how does all this density thing work? Am I a fixed point and physical reality moves around me? Or am I directly reacting with the reality? How does electricity fit into this reality? Why is outlet electricity kill and electromagnetic radiation invisible and flows through it? We have discussed at length your first question. I can point you to where if you like. All is a fixed point. No time passes for the individual photon. The passage of time and experiences is in truth an illusion. You are the all pretending you are not, interacting with other aspects of yourself which you believe are separate from you. Electricity and many other active phenomena within the all are all different methods through which creation is not only created and maintained, but interactive and malleable. How does magic play into this? How can I protect myself and conceal myself from all magic? I rebuke it? Magic is one of the words given to the ability present within each individual to create and harmonize with the Creator and creation in such a way where their conscious intentions are made physically real. No use of this ability by another can affect you in any way other than that to which you consent. What are demons? How can they interact in this reality? How can we exorcise them? Does this involve the abyss? If so, what is it? Demon is a word given to negatively polarized entities who can indeed interact with all densities of experience. They cannot affect them if you intend for them not to do so. All involves the abyss, though I would like to write a more detailed post on this later if everyone here is interested. Why in all alien encounters or demon encounters, so to speak, always fear the name of Jesus Christ? This is not always true. Typically, it is the intention of the individual to no longer interact with a negatively polarized entity being made manifest. Religious faith and language is often used in this process. How does this density thing work? If you say animal souls are in the lower densities dimensions, is it when they die they get to come as humans? If so, what do humans get as our next forms, and at what levels does everything go out? Can you give an explanation that compares this in way it relates to time? Is time always happening at once all the time, or are we creating time as we move through the density? Infinity dividing it in some sort of mathematical function propelled some sort of magical energy? Each individuated soul may incarnate physically as whatever it chooses. Orthodoxically, initial incarnation entails the following of density graduation. There are no ultimate rules of what incarnation must entail, only guidelines. Think of time like a movie. The movie is there in its entirety, but plays out over time when played. Time is the mechanism by which experiences and knowledge may appear separate from one another, and therefore may be experienced separately. What propels existence? Why is the Creator moving it? Why are we so interbreed to it? Why do emotions drive us so vigorously? What is its true form? The creator does indeed propel creation, just as creation propels the creator, in a way. It is as it is because the creator wished to experience other than ultimate unification with itself. It does tend to get boring. Emotions are another of the mechanisms by which we may feel immersed and engage with individuated being. They are also sometimes expressions of your higher self. What is the demiurge? What is the Greenland? What is Atlantis? The demiurge is a Gnostic name given to a collection of ideas, physical reality, incarnation within it, and those responsible for maintaining both. Atlantis was a technologically and spiritually advanced civilization present in our current timeline before we experience our most recent spiritual de-evolution. It is so New Age, New World Order. What are these concepts and what dimensions do they have energy in? Why does everyone that claims to be a Christian against these values? A New World transitional experience is typical of the mass transition between densities of experience. Most Christians have not actually read the Bible, and of those who have, not many read it analytically or creatively. They read it dogmatically. So speak in dualistic terms when explaining us. What of the symbol of the Trinity? Why is it so holy? How does it relate to us? Duality is an illusion, but is a necessary one for the experience of polarities. The third element present in the Trinity is unity, or harmonization of all polarities. Last question. Is the breakaway civilization real? Yes. Who is Melchizedek? How many Melchizedek priests are there? What is Melchizedek's purpose in soul development? What density is Melchizedek? Is Melchizedek present now or will be present again upon this earth? Does Melchizedek belong to your group soul density? What are some rituals you perform? Can an 8th density group soul separate a piece of it into an individuated soul and manifest in this here material place? Is it possible that a soul that has complete the journey to the Creator and be sent to Earth to observe and correct mistakes made by other density beings only to return directly back to the Creator? Like a special agent of the Creator to bear witness to the process and correct any wrongs, imbued with all the abilities of the highest order? I am very much aware that it was Melchizedek who blessed Abraham, the father of eventually 3 of the world's primary religions. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam all originated from an idol maker in Babylon who heard God and met Melchizedek along the way, thus changing the course of spiritual development of humanity. No single person who ever existed upon the face of humanity ever has had a larger reaching effect on humanity. It started with Melchizedek, blessing and a simple ritual. Most do not know this, but it was first Melchizedek that performed the modern ritual known today and performed by billions with a B of Christians around the world, communion. The ritual of breaking bread and wine is performed by Melchizedek in Genesis 14:18. That single event did more to influence humanity than any other single event. Starseed is a common term used to refer to individuals such as this. You yourself may be one, but we will get to that later. There are few priests or acolytes of Melchizedek active. His purpose was to serve as a catalyst to compel the peoples of Earth to progress spiritually and come to know and experience the Creator. A very pure, crystalline purpose. He was an individuated soul directly from the 8th density of experience, the density of complete reunification with the Creator. Many individuals who either initially circumvent the orthodox transition between densities or progress through them all return to act either as he did or to experience individuated being more simply, without thinking themselves to be bound by orthodox tradition. Individuals like him are present now. Melchizedek and I are not technically of the same group soul as we have come to discuss them in this thread. He was, like all others, ultimately an individuated soul directly derivative of the Creator. However, like myself, he did not intend to adhere to the orthodox transition among densities this time around. This is an option to all of us most simply do not remember. Is it possible that a soul that has completed the journey to the Creator and be sent to Earth to observe and correct mistakes made by other densities, beings only to return directly back to the Creator? Like a special agent of the Creator to bear witness to the process and correct any wrongs, imbued with all the abilities of the highest order? This is indeed possible. Any individuated soul may endeavor differently than what is provided by the orthodox graduation system of incarnation. As such, it may incarnate directly from ultimate reunification with the Creator, the eighth and final density of experience, to my knowledge, to individuated being wherever it so chooses. It is afforded a greater ease in circumventing the veil of forgetfulness, as well as in creative actualization. In The Law of One, I have read it over 10 times and know it quite well, but also do not subscribe to its diatribe. There is no one book in all the world that contains all or the absolute truth, and personally I would rather think for myself, and be led to by the divine. At the beginning there is a moment where there is a paused commotion between forces. At the very beginning there is clearly opposing forces both making an effort to channel. There is clearly a different presence being channeled at the start other than Ra. The pause and then Ra seemingly takes over. It is subtle but noticeable. Who was the other entity? Once Ra takes over, Ra says clearly at the beginning, I am Ra. We are not of love and light, but are here to instruct you in its ways. How can what is not of something be able to instruct anyone in any shape or form about the natures and ways love and light? When an incarnated soul opens itself to channeling, many entities will attempt to make contact. It takes a great deal of effort on both sides to maintain a steady connection. From personal experience, this is overwhelmingly exhausting if done for prolonged periods of time in quick succession. I am not aware of that particular entities attempting to make contact through channeling in place of Ra. Ra says they are not of love and light to clarify they were not presently beholden to the density of experience in which those are the polarities. Note that they were mentioning only this, not the fundamental substrates and law that compose the Creator and the creation. A personal note. An honest disclosure and some personal questions from me as I was compelled to ask. Nobody has ever been able to answer these questions. Little while before the harvest happened, around 2008, is when I became awakened or activated. And it really scared the shit out of me, to be honest. Simple thoughts would be made manifest, and then even larger thoughts. I could see people's energy signature. I became very, very intuitive, unmatched by any I have ever met anywhere on the net or in life. That is a fact. I knew all Earth movements, all events in advance, and it is around that time I began to devour everything I could find on the internet about spiritual texts, ancient manuscripts, etc. Although I knew so many things that were in some texts, even the Law of One, without ever reading them. I actually had someone direct me to the Law of One because I was quoting some parts of it verbatim without ever knowing it existed. I mean, I was preaching the Talmud on a forum verbatim, and I had no idea what the Talmud was, or that I was saying was in anything previously written. How could I know this stuff, and seemingly overnight? It is indeed possible you decided to circumvent the orthodox incarnation experience of density graduation, and instead incarnated directly from the 8th density of experience without any strings attached, if you will. As such, awakening to your nature and purpose here within incarnation, even if done unintentionally, can open you to a slew of experience and knowledge of which you may not have been consciously aware before. Like I mentioned above, the term starseed commonly refers to individuated souls of this nature. It may be the case that you have recently awakened to the nature of your purpose and presence here. A personal question. Why did this happen to me? Was it part of the harvest process? It was around 2008. What did I do? What ritual did I mistakenly do to have this happen to me? Why do we have to experience this alone? I was just an ordinary Christian dude who did construction and went to church every Sunday and didn't question reality at all. Then one day, I found this site and a few others. I didn't post here for a couple years. Just watched them in 2008. All the above happened. I still have all these abilities, but I have learned to control them much, much better. I only use them when called by the divine to do so. I have never met anyone like me with my abilities. I have never charged money for the things I see, and I have never received any compensation for helping anyone find their way. The nature of awakening and all that it entails must be undergone alone, as most that incarnate in the first place wish to do so differently than you. They wish to experience what the orthodox system of graduation density may entail. If any of this resonates with you, and if it were my position to do so, I would recommend a retreat of sorts. Take time for yourself, your passions, your soul callings and urges, and indulge in them to the fullest. Come to know and experience the Creator within and without. Then, once the fog clears, act as you have learned to be your path. If you wish for a more thorough and in-depth conversation on this point, I would ask for a private message. I recently came to the realization that we humans do indeed have a soul. However, we don't own our own soul. It's not ours. Is this true? This is true. Your soul does not belong to the you that is the construct of your subjective, psychological set of perceptive capabilities that typically limit your ability to intellectually conceptualize what you really are. It is an aspect of the Creator. He is you, and you are him. Good morning, Op. How likely is your group in convincing your counterpart that the original contract is no longer needed? Convincing our counterpart specifically? Not very. Convincing the council? We are optimistic, but specific action is required on all of our parts to bring this goal to fruition. Thanks for your patience. We've been very busy. After some discussion over the past 2 weeks, we've decided it is a good idea to break the flow of dialogue before I return to answering questions. New developments in the field of theoretical physics are soon to become mainstream, and it is appropriate to get ahead of the implications before the revelation hits the media. In accordance with fundamental law, however, I can only say this. Garrett Lisi inadvertently proved the existence of what many have called God, and no one believed his claims or knew what they revealed. Are you able to expound on the event that occurred on 11/11/18? The ripple that occurred around part of the Earth? The Earth's magnetic field is intertwined with all who occupy it. Seek out information pertaining to the mind-boggling similarities between the average range of frequencies that result from typical human mental states and that of the Earth. Further, if one wishes to break one's contract, are there specific words that must be used, or can one simply set their intention to move on to something new? Simply set your intention. When beginning, many find that doing something simply is not so simple at all. Find solace in the fact that the ability to do anything rests within. When it eludes you, it is because you are eluding yourself. Finally, the Mayans spoke about July 25th being the day out of time. Is that a valid thing, and if so, what might that mean? This one is a doozy. The best place to start would be to study the differences between the Mayan calendar and the various calendars concocted by the Church over the recent millennia. There are missing days and extra days. We are not when we think we are. Thank you for your response concerning karma, and for being a catalyst. Peace. Dear Op, many thanks for your efforts. I have some reflections and questions to share. You will have to flow with my writing, as I am more incoherent lately than ever due to an increased onslaught of thoughts and other mind fireworks. I believe what you say here is mainly true, and I am grateful for explaining some of the mechanics. You see, I was looking for this all life to have a more tangible, I know it's my insecurity, explanation to reality. So I have studied many wise men. I don't know if it's a skill like you're listening to music when quiet. I have experienced similar things, but you have probably more disciplined skill in it. Mine is only wild and loud like a car horn. But I can sense truth in just know. I presume this is to do with our innate connection with truth and ultimately being the truth. You need only to seek within. There is nothing I can give to you that you do not already have yourself. Could you please list and explain the fundamental laws? I think we have done this at a couple points in this thread. I can point you to where if you like. If you would like to know more, would you ask again? I know this is a silly game that we play, but some rules have purpose. Is there a way for you to help me? I feel off track and lost a bit. Need a guiding light in the tunnel as I have lost mine or just feel like it. Chaotic, overbearing mind, inability to be still, racing. It seems a phase as I know that I flow from crest to trough and so on, but would like to sail steady and calm to the crater instead of being thrown around in the tempest. Seek within. You will find what you are looking for. There is nothing I can do for you that would be comparable to that which you may find in communion with the Creator. I have read in the Kabbalah that we create matter/experience, etc. by denying them. So Creator does not deny the existence of anything, absolute love, hence it's unified with everything. We deny the existence of something, so we perceive it, and it becomes our karma. I know the concept is lots different to what is commonly believed. In other words, C.G. Jung's to be exact, what you resist persists. Raise your swords not against evil. It takes a holistic investment of energy, intellectual, emotional, spiritual, intentional, creative, etc., to bring something to reality. If you lend these to anything, whether out of fear or love, want or aversion, you will find them. The Creator does not even deny nothing. That is why most of us feel a sense of emptiness in some part of ourselves when we are neglecting conscious communion within. Why am I given this ability to perceive this great totality, literally feel the global pain and love like smelling it all, being able to perceive more if I am not an influencer like you? I mean, the gift is wasted on me. I always thought that I do not use it properly. The frustration being able to see so many bugs and problems in the grand scale and the solution too, but never anything than mind junk coming out of it. There is a growing current within the all to elevate the experience of being itself. Doing so starts from increasing the awareness of its necessity. We are all riding that wave. I am no different from you. Not fundamentally, not ultimately. That which is the all is within all. However, we are approaching the time where ideas and conversations will no longer be the primary means of elevation. Remember that these things are the foundation from which we spring forward into action, thus creating or harmonizing with the all. Can you please share some meditational techniques that are solid? I mean, there is so much yoga in the world. Everyone has one own, but something that you guys take for solid technique would be great. Group music and dance in nature brings me right back to center. Doing so alone does so too. Another is what many call daydreaming. Intensely visualizing, feeling, and imaginatively experiencing that which you seek is an immensely powerful tool. Things to never do/avoid. I personally would avoid doing nothing at all. This can mean not following your dream, which is given to you for a reason, not speaking up when you know you have something to say, not doing the right thing when you see an opportunity to do so, etc. Are fears of EMF radiation and its influence on the health justified? Do we adapt to toxins like this? Can you tell us more about 5G and its influence on us? Concern over widespread implementation of 5G is justified, but not to the degree most people think. Yes, it can be used to interface or interfere with the electromagnetic field of the living body, but remember, the most powerful creative force is what comprises you fundamentally. Nothing happens to you without your consent. You mentioned going out for steaks lately. So how does karmic debt killing go with eating meat? There is indeed karmic debt accrued for eating meat. But I like meat. I'm human too, so my compromise is to eat it with gratitude and humility while refraining from meat that comes from immoral farming practices. You mentioned this. Certainly, the world will come to rely almost entirely on renewable energy and resources. The exceptions to this will be vehicular construction, building construction, surgical equipment and machines, advanced electronics, advanced weaponry, cybernetic implants, and far travel methods and machines, to name a few. Automation will reach a point where we have to choose between increased leisure time and increased profits. The population the world over will decline in such a way the former will be much more feasible than it is now. Spiritually universal archetype and truth will become more commonly accepted. People will become less dogmatic in general. The primary means of transaction will complete its transition from physical currency to digital and dichotomous political systems will gradually dissipate. Comparatively minor wars are likely, but we will not see global conflicts in the scale we have before. What about bankers owning all and systems like Sesame Credit controlling people? Will we move beyond force, coerce society control in favor of common sense? Banks do not own everything or run everything. They and the families who run them are tools of my counterpart, whose role in earthly affairs will soon be greatly diminished. We are in the beginning stages of moving beyond this silliness. The physics field will soon play a major role in bringing an immense offering to the public. 5G rollout will not have any immediate effects. Future medical historians will note a widespread decrease in both average and typical IQ scores. The conflict re India and Pakistan will not amount to anything serious, thank God. Chimeras are real. The consciousness evolution movement has been co-opted. Almost everything has been co-opted. Bad actors and my counterpart have been ousted. Seeds yet remain. Take creative agency back into your own hands. Lend attention only to that which serves thee all. Great sacrifices have been made. If I cannot correspond soon, God bless. The future is in your hands. No, I intend to be back. Trust your hearts and know the Creator is within you and everyone and everything else. A great turning point is amongst us. I must go dark. No, a Pyrrhic victory has been won. May you experience the blessings of the Creator as I have come to cherish them. Love is your most powerful tool. I hope this dialogue has been as moving for you as it has been for me. Give me a day or two. I'll be back in full force. You best damn well bet. So, yep, that was the Eracidini Murev Te dialogue. We've given them a couple days. It's been about a little over 4 years, and Op has not returned. So yeah, congratulations for making it to the end of the video. I hope you enjoyed the content. We're going to be dedicating a lot of time towards looking at this AMA, the Hidden Hand AMA, and the raw material. There's a lot of interesting stuff here. I hope you learned something. I know I did. This is such a profound text. Like very, very big guru vibes. Like I want to listen to this guy. He's got his theology figured out. So we're going to be looking at it a lot. I have a lot of respect for this thread. And we're going to be kind of dissecting some of the law of one logic and, interpretations on consciousness and working with that on the channel. But yeah, that is going to do it for this very, very long audiobook type video. Yeah, thank you so much for listening, and I'll see you guys later. Take care.